With a great round of applause, Shri Vinay Sahasrabuddhe ji. Good morning, everyone. It's with immense pride and great honor that I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the second day of the 100th Annual General Body Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors organized by the Association of Indian Universities. Once again, on behalf of Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, Jnana Prasad Global University, Pune, and Association of Indian Universities, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, all our esteemed Vice Chancellors, AIU office bearers, and delegates. It's my privilege to welcome you all to this distinguished session of the AIU Foundation Day Lecture, a celebration of ideas, vision, and intellectual leadership. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. The speaker of the Foundation Day Lecture, Honorable Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe sir, Honorable Chancellor DPU, Dr. P.D. Patil sir, Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, and Honorable Vice Chancellor of DPU, Dr. N.J. Pawar sir. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe sir, former member of Rajya Sabha, Vice President Rambhau Margi Prabodhini, our distinguished guest speaker of the Foundation Day Lecture. Today's theme, Shaping Self-Reliant Bharat Through Knowledge and Innovation, resonates deeply with the national aspiration of building an empowered, resilient, and future-ready India. An India that thrives on its intellectual capital and innovative spirit. The vision of self-reliant Bharat, often associated with the transformative mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, emphasizes not only economic independence, but also the strengthening of knowledge systems, research capabilities, and innovative ecosystem. In this journey, higher education institutes play a pivotal role as catalysts of change, nurturing critical thinking, fostering creativity, and producing globally competent yet locally grounded citizens. It's now my honor to introduce our esteemed speaker for today's Foundation Day lecture, Honorable Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe sir. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe is a nationalist social worker at heart. He is a postgraduate in English literature and a PhD in political science, both from University of Mumbai, a former member of parliament, Rajya Sabha from Maharashtra. Since July 2016, Dr. Sahasrabuddhe is president at Indian Council for Cultural Relations, ICCR, India's soft power promotion establishment. In July 2020, Dr. Sahasrabuddhe was also the chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Human Resource Development. Dr. Sahasrabuddhe is currently the Vice President of Rambhau Margi Pramodini, a unique institute of which he was the Director General for over 2 decades. RMQP is a one-of-its-kind research and training academy for elected representatives and social workers. One of the many hats that Dr. Sahasrabuddhe adorns, another one is that of the Vice President of Indian Social Responsibility Network, ISRN, a Delhi-based organization. Dr. Sahasrabuddhe formerly served as a national vice president of Bharatiya Janata Party. Once again, we welcome you, sir. And now I would request Honorable Dr. P.D. Patil, sir, to kindly felicitate Honorable Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe. Very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak and Dr. Pankaj Mittal to felicitate Dr. Sahasrabuddhe on behalf of AIU. Sir is being felicitated on behalf of AIU. Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks a lot, all dignitaries. We are indeed fortunate to have Honorable Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe sir with us today to share his valuable perspectives on how knowledge and innovation can drive the vision of a self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. I now request Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe to kindly deliver the AIU Foundation Day lecture.
भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय महासंघाच्या या 100व्या इन्स्टिट्यूशन लेक्चरच्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये मंचावर उपस्थित आदरणीय श्री PD पाटीलजी, आदरणीय श्री डॉक्टर विनय पाठक जी, आदरणीय पंकज मित्तल जी, आदरणीय श्री NJ पवार जी आणि समोर बसलेले विविध विद्यापीठांचे सन्माननीय कुलगुरू आणि असोसिएशन ऑफ इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीचे सर्व सन्मानित सदस्यगण। मैं जानता हूं कि यहाँ पर अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में बोलना चाहिए, मगर जब आप महाराष्ट्र में हैं तो मराठी माय बोली में भी 2 शब्द तो बोलने का बनता ही है, इसलिए मैंने मराठी में प्रारंभ किया है। Let me at the outset thank from the bottom of my heart the organizers, the office bearers of the Association of Indian Universities, and especially Dr. Pankaj Mittal for having me here. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be addressing so many vice chancellors in one go. And you might be wondering as well, because all of you come from academia, that what exactly this person who has a political background and is presenting himself with a typical political attire, a neta dress, what exactly is he going to tell us? क्योंकि हमारे देश में राजनेता को बहुत डिग्निटी से देखने की आदत नहीं है। There has always remained a distance between politics and dignity. And people consider, and rightly so at times, that politicians हमें क्या बताएंगे, और वो भी एकेडमिक वातावरण में सभी एकेडमिक के लीडरशिप को। मुझे याद है एक शैल चतुर्वेदी करके हिंदी के बहुत बड़े कवि थे, अभी अभी 2-3 साल पहले हमसे बिछुड़ गए। शैल चतुर्वेदी जी एक हास्य व्यंग्य कवि के रूप में जाने जाते थे, और उन्होंने एक कार्यक्रम में एक कविता प्रस्तुत की जो पॉलिटिशियन के ऊपर एक कटाक्ष करती थी। कविता कुछ इस प्रकार की थी कि नए नए मंत्री बने एक सज्जन जब पहली बार सरकारी कार में बैठे, और उस जमाने में कार को वो रेड बीकन वगैरह होता था तो और भी थोड़ा कॉलर टाइट करके लोग बैठ जाते थे। तो पहली बार नए नए मंत्री बने एक सज्जन जब सरकारी कार में बैठे, तब उन्होंने ड्राइवर को कहा, आज कार मैं चलाऊंगा। ड्राइवर बेचारा डर का मारा विनम्रता से बोला, तो हजूर मैं उतर जाऊंगा। भला क्यों? मंत्री जी ने पूछा। तो ड्राइवर ने कहा, क्योंकि महोदय ये कार है, सरकार नहीं जो भगवान भरोसे चल सकती है। मतलब धारणा यह है कि सरकार चलाने के लिए भगवान का भरोसा पर्याप्त है, और कार चलाने के लिए तो आपको लाइसेंस चाहिए, ट्रेनिंग चाहिए। So that has become kind of a perception about politicians, and that too who are in power, although thankfully during the last decade or so, it has undergone a sea change. But yes, politicians also require training, capacity building, and thankfully, I'm in the business of, in a way, building the capacities of politicians for last more than 4 decades. Also, there is a little bit of academic background to whatever I have been able to do. And I was also a member of the Management Council of the University of Mumbai, one of the 150-year-old universities in our country. But all said and done, I must thank the Association of Indian Universities for having me here. Friends, when it comes to shaping self-reliant Bharat through knowledge and innovation, I must start with referring to our civilizational ethos. In our civilizational ethos, centrality of self-reliance was always recognized by all. The idea of Swaraj, as propounded by the great national heroes from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj to Mahatma Gandhi, also had Swadeshi, Swabhasha, Swabhusha, and similar such concepts around Swa inherent to it. For independence, the Hindi equivalent is Swadhin, which is self-dependent. In May 2020, right at the outset of COVID-19, Prime Minister Modi had very eloquently outlined his vision of Bharat self-reliance or Atmanirbharata. He had mentioned that a self-reliant India will always stand on 5 pillars, namely economy, which brings in quantum jump and not incremental change, infrastructure, which should become the identity of India, system based on 21st century technology-driven arrangements, vibrant demography, which is our source of energy for a self-reliant India, and demand, whereby the strength of our demand and supply chain should be utilized to full capacity. He underlined the importance of strengthening all stakeholders in the supply chain to increase as well as fulfill the demand. And India can certainly do it. Let me tell you, if we all try to imbibe the can-do approach amongst ourselves and also amongst the students whom we teach, I believe this certainly can happen because, and not just I am saying it, it has been said by great philosophers and thinkers like Will Durant also, and I'm sure many of you must have come across how Will Durant had described India's potential. The American historian Will Durant had said, India was the motherland of our race, and Sanskrit, the mother of Europe's languages. She was the mother of our philosophy, mother through the Arabs of much of our mathematics, mother through Buddha, the ideas embodied in Christianity, mother through the village community of democracy. कई बार लोग बोलते हैं कि ये मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी कहा जाता है, ये तो ऐसे ही कहने की बात है. नो, इट्स अ फैक्ट. Because our political democracy stands on the pillars of our spiritual democracy. And that is something in our blood, in our veins. Nobody needs to come over here and teach us democracy. We live democracy, we eat democracy, we drink democracy, we breathe democracy. So, with this can-do approach, I'm sure India can certainly become a self-reliant Atmanirbhar Bharat through strengthening our knowledge traditions and promoting innovations. What are the impediments in our path towards Atmanirbharata? As a student of social science and someone who is learning science of institution building through a practitioner's track, I believe that there are a total of 5 critical challenges that we have to meet in a determined manner. Firstly, it is the crisis of identity. As a nation, we can aspire to become self-reliant only when we are acutely conscious about who we are. Lack of self-realization has made us confused about our identity. This confusion is omnipresent and has also paved way of many distortions as well as perversions. For Bharat to become Atmanirbhar, the basic prerequisite is the content of our education, is that the content of our education makes a student realize his potential Atma Pratyaya, as what they call in Sanskrit, is the gateway to Atmanirbharata. कई बार तो लगता है कि अपने बारे में हमारी स्थिति ऐसी है कि वी डोंट नो दैट वी डोंट नो। तो ये जो आत्मविस्मृति है, मैं मानता हूं कि उसी के कारण स्वाधीनता के बाद जो तुरंत होना चाहिए था, जब भारत स्वाधीन हुआ तो यहाँ की मिट्टी की सुगंध वाली शिक्षा पद्धति यहाँ लाना जरूरी था। आज 70-75 साल हो गए, ये काम आज हो रहा है, thankfully under the national education policy and the content that now is taking a new shape. Secondly, friends, it is the crisis of purpose. Institutions without a lofty ideal, teachers without a specific goal to achieve, and students taking education without a specific purpose can certainly not take us into a true Atmanirbhar Bharat. Institutions like universities will have to go extra mile in overcoming the crisis of purpose, which has been there around for quite some time, and yet many of us fail to identify this. And when individuals, communities, and even institutions pretend to have overcome the crisis of purpose, but in reality, they have not, because it doesn't reflect in their thinking as also in their conduct. It gives birth to the third very dreadful crisis, I must say. It is the crisis of authenticity. Atmanirbhar Bharat requires a social culture and a public life that rejects everything that smacks of hypocrisy and rejects wide gulf between one's preachings and practices. जब तक ये दोगलापन हम निष्कासित नहीं करते अपने आचरण से, अपने विचार से, मैं मानता हूं कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना साकार होना मुश्किल होगा। People tend to pretend because they don't have a genuine sense of belonging. And this lack of a sense of belonging paves way for yet another crisis, which is the crisis of ownership. Educational community will have to create a climate where students, teachers, non-teaching staff, et al. Take ownership of their surroundings, their institutions, their communities, and above all, our very own Bharat Mata. Sense of ownership is the mother of responsible conduct of citizens, and responsible citizenry is the prerequisite of Atmanirbhar Bharat. और ये बताने का हमारा काम है। हम महाराष्ट्र में हैं, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की इस पावन धरती पर जब उनका वर्णन किया गया, यहाँ के एक बहुत बड़े नाटककार थे राम गणेश गडकरी, उनका नाटक बहुत मशहूर था उस जमाने में, राज संन्यास। राज संन्यास में छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज एक डायलॉग में राजा इस संज्ञा की, इस कंसेप्ट की व्याख्या करते हैं। एंड यू नो व्हाट छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज डिस्क्राइब्स एंड डिफाइंस व्हाट इज अ राजा? शिवाजी महाराज सेज, राजा यह होता है विश्व का उपभोग शून्य स्वामी। व्हाट ए वंडरफुल कंसेप्ट, उपभोग शून्य स्वामी। मतलब there is no self-aggrandizement, but ownership in totality. Today, many a times we see around Swamitva Shunya Upabhoktas, and therefore it is required to remind us that what we have to create and teach people to take ownership with the spirit of Upabhoga Shunya Swami, brothers and sisters. Finally, it is the crisis of relationship. Gen Next endlessly talks about meetups and breakups. But breakdown of relationship at various levels in various ways is the fact of life today. It starts within the four walls of our homes. Do we really and genuinely relate ourselves with society, with our people, with our language group, or even with Mother Nature? Crisis of relationship is a serious impediment in our path to become an Atmanirbhar Bharat. And therefore, I believe, especially when we try to relate ourselves with our culture, with our traditions, global community expects that we will continue with them. And unfortunately, we are trying to ape whatever is adopted in the West or in the so-called developed countries. मतलब कई बार जाने अनजाने में हम विदेश में है वो अच्छा है, विदेशी है वो अच्छा है, विदेश का है वो गुणवत्ता में हमसे बढ़कर है। इस धारणा को जब तक हम बहुत ज्यादा महत्व देंगे और उसके एक दृष्टि से बंदी बन जाएंगे, प्रिजनर्स ऑफ दिस कंसेप्ट, तब तक आत्मनिर्भर बनना इतना आसान नहीं होगा। लेट मी टेल यू, इन आवर महाराष्ट्र देयर वाज ए agriculture scientist and a leader of a farmers movement also. P.D. Patil Sahab must be knowing him. His name was Vilas Rao Saruke. He once told us, and this reflects on our dietary habits, how unnecessarily we try to ape the West. उन्होंने एक बार कहा था कि ये जो कहते हैं ना अंग्रेजी में कि apple a day keeps the doctor away. He told me that this is true where people grow apples. If you try to have apple a day in Pune or Mumbai, doctor will visit every day. So, as I said, स्वदेशी, स्वभाषा, स्वभूषा, स्वभोज भी है उसमें। जरूरी नहीं कि वो जो वहां चलता है वो फैशनेबल है, वही ट्रेंडी है, वही मार्केट फ्रेंडली है, उसी को अडॉप्ट करो। फिर हम कैसे आत्मनिर्भर बनेंगे? आत्मनिर्भरता का जो प्रवास है, जो यात्रा है, उसका प्रारंभ आत्मज्ञान से होता है, एंड देयरफॉर सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन इज द फाउंडेशन ऑफ आवर बिकमिंग आत्मनिर्भर। Having overcome the quadruplet of crisis which I elaborately mentioned earlier, the other key challenges is about evolving a knowledge culture. To me, there are at least 6 actionable ingredients of the process of evolving a sound knowledge culture. And what are they? It starts with ensuring deep theoretical understanding. As envisioned in National Education Policy 2020, this requires moving beyond rote memorization to grasping the underlying principles, structures, and rationale. This needs abhorring passive absorption and promoting active creation. For that very for the very purpose, learner has to build a mental model of any given subject, and that is easier said than done. See, many a times, global communities and in the academia, and you know it better than me, they consider the research that comes from Indian universities, majority of the cases, if not all, I don't want to generalize, but it lacks rigor, as what they say, and also it lacks original thoughts. I mean, it doesn't behold the history of India, the creative talents that the Bharat Mata has produced in several centuries before, that we should not have any germination of an original thought. And therefore, it is upon us, it hinges upon us, how do we cultivate that culture of original thinking, rigor of research, and deep theoretical understanding. The second critical ingredient is exposure to practical and experiential learning. Here again, it is upon all of us to take advantage of the provisions pertaining to internships and apprenticeships as provided for in the National Education Policy 2020. Taking advantage of the liberty in shaping new and innovative pedagogical systems, it is needed that institutions provide structured avenues for immersing students in professional work environments to apply whatever they have learned as theory and gathered as theoretical knowledge. Simultaneous simulations and role playing, fieldwork and site visits, live projects and case studies, as well as workshops and maker spaces are the avenues to offer exposure and experiential learning. And therefore, I believe we need to engage ourselves. I'm sure many of you are already doing. I need not carry the coal to the castle town, but still, I believe we can perhaps, as whatever I have understood as the chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee when I was in the Parliament, that national education policy certainly provides sufficient legroom for experimentation. I hope the regulatory bodies are listening. And then if we take advantage of that, I'm sure some of you might have experimented this as well. But if the national education policy expects that you should have undergraduate courses of 4 years, can we have the fourth, which is the additional year now, only based on practical exposure and experience? Otherwise, we have come across situations where a commerce graduate fails even to deposit a check in a bank because he never learned, he never visited, and today everything has become faceless. So there is no interaction. And therefore, the poor student doesn't know even the ABC of our commercial transactions, as rudimentary as depositing a check. So it's a suggestion. The third most important ingredient is enhancing tech literacy across the knowledge areas. It starts with developing abilities for safe, effective, and critical use of digital tools, encompassing skills from foundational device navigation to understanding artificial intelligence and data. Teacher-taught relationship is the centerpiece of the philosophy of education in Bharat. And while digital teaching and learning is here to stay, we cannot undermine the importance of imparting education in person, as that alone is the guarantor of sound teacher-taught relationship. मुझे मोह रहा है एक किस्सा बताने का, मतलब भारतीय शिक्षक, and I would go extra mile in suggesting that we need to export our teachers. But of course, then we will have to produce so many of them, because in our country, there is a dearth of good teachers, as you know, whether in higher education or in undergraduate education, or I mean school education as well. But then how Indian teacher can really make a difference? हमारे एक मित्र है, वो अमेरिका में पहले यहाँ पढ़ाने का काम करते थे पाठक शिक्षक के रूप में, बाद में वहां जाकर करने लगे। तो 10, 12, 15 साल वहां का काम देखने के बाद एक बार हम मिले तो हमने पूछा कि व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन टीचिंग हियर इन इंडिया एंड टीचिंग स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स देयर इन यूएस। तो उन्होंने कहा कि कई बातें हैं, कुछ यहाँ अच्छी है, कुछ वहां अच्छी है, मगर मैं एक अनुभव बताना चाहता हूँ। एंड व्हाटएवर ही टोल्ड वाज लाइक दिस। He said that I used to teach class 12 students who were in the adolescent age, 15-16 साल के बच्चों को मैं पढ़ाता था, और मेरे क्लासरूम में मेरे टीचर का जो डायस रहता है उसके सामने तीसरी चौथी कतार में एक लड़का बैठता था, वेरी इंटेलिजेंट, वेरी शार्प, वेरी ब्रिलियंट, वेरी सिंसियर. But one fine morning I realized that while in the class at 11 o'clock in the morning he is dozing off. तो अभी ऐसे माहौल में नींद आना ये कोई अचरज की बात तो होती नहीं, मगर उनको थोड़ा अचरज इसलिए हुआ कि ये कभी सोता नहीं था, कभी इस तरीके की लापरवाही दिखाता नहीं था. तो व्हाई इज इट डोजिंग ऑफ, व्हाई इज टेकिंग ए नैप. तो एक दो दिन तो उन्होंने इग्नोर किया, तीसरे दिन उसको जाकर उठाया तो वो लड़का भी एकदम से जग गया, खड़ा हुआ. बट ही सेड, सर, टीचिंग इज योर जॉब, whether to listen to your lecture or not is my liberty. अभी देखिए अमेरिका जैसे वातावरण में जहां इंडिविजुअलिज्म और लिबर्टी की बातें हर दिन होती है, वहां ऐसा स्टूडेंट बोलेगा ये हमारे भारतीय शिक्षक ने कभी इमेजिन भी नहीं किया था. So he was taken aback and he could not even respond to that. But the question that continued to nag him was that why this talented, brilliant student is dozing off in the classroom at 11 o'clock in the morning. तो उन्होंने उनसे कुछ संपर्क करने की कोशिश की, डायलॉग की कोशिश की, एंड द स्टूडेंट वाज अनयील्डिंग, बट फाइनली ही यील्डेड. उसने कहा कि आई नो यू आर वेरी क्यूरियस टू नो व्हाट एज टू व्हाई आई एम डोजिंग ऑफ. लेट मी टेल यू दैट देयर इज सम टर्बुलेंस इन माय फैमिली. माय मदर हैज नाउ गॉट अ न्यू फादर फॉर मी, एंड दिस न्यू फादर डजंट वांट मी टू बी स्टेइंग विथ देम. So he is asking me to find some accommodation somewhere else, join some hostel or take some studio apartment or share on bed basis, whatever the apartment you may get, but move out, move out. और हर रोज झगड़े होते थे. तो 3-4 महीने झगड़े करने के बाद मैंने उनको बोल दिया कि भैया 6 महीने की मुझे मोहलत दीजिए, समय दीजिए. I will try and find some accommodation elsewhere. But then where do I get the money? So I'm now working in a McDonald's shop from 10 in the night to 4 o'clock in the early morning. So I come home at 5, go to bed at 5:30 and get up around 9 o'clock. But it is humanly impossible for me, even though I attend the classes, to remain awake because I am so tired. मगर ये सारी कहानी कहने के बाद उस छात्र ने कहा, but sir, I must tell you that there are in all 12 teachers who teach me. You are the only Indian. And being from India, you had the urge to know as to why I am dozing off. You had the concern for me. No American teacher ever showed this kind of a concern. That is the difference an Indian teacher can make. मगर ये जो पोटेंशियल हमारे अंदर है, हमारी जो प्रवृत्ति है, हमारी जो धारणा है, मनुष्य संबंधों का जो एक स्वरूप हम देखते आए हैं, मैं मानता हूं कि इसका आकलन अगर हमें ही नहीं होगा तो हो सकता है कि विदेश के लोग आकर हमें बताएंगे कि भाई आप इतने अच्छे हैं, इतने बड़े हैं, इतने क्षमतावान हैं, और तब हमें पता चलेगा. इस स्थिति को मैं मानता हूं कि हम सभी ने मिलकर टालना चाहिए. Then comes the importance of striking a balance between global and local. We are in a globalized world, and international exposure is a must to understand contemporary global trends. But that doesn't mean that one has to ape wealthy and advanced nations, a point which I made earlier, in every sector and in every way. In order to underscore and build upon several unique features of the Bharatiya culture, Bharat will have to remain Bharat, firmly rejecting any kind of cultural flattening. There was a book called The World is Flat. It was in the economic context. Basically, globalization has given us some kind of a level playing field. And in that context, the author said that the world is flat, which is okay. But cultural flattening of the world is going to make this world less beautiful than what it is today. If you go to Beijing, you realize that we are perhaps in a Mandarin America, and in Tel Aviv, perhaps in a Hebrew America. You don't get that sense either in Mumbai or in Delhi, thankfully. We continue to be India as what we are. A wave of large-scale Americanization is engulfing all walks of life, from food to fashions and from education to environment. We have to go global, but certainly while preserving the local flavor. This is also relevant here in the context of what they call as liberal arts. Some extremely weird concepts are entering into Bharat under the guise of liberal arts education. I must caution you. India is born liberal. We are a cultural democracy, and hence there is no need to teach us liberalism as per the Western thinking. Today they are talking about diversity, equality, and inclusion. But we are already included. We have celebrated diversities, and we understand the importance of equity. And therefore, we need not import all these foreign things because they are not in tune with the culture. They may vitiate the atmosphere, as what we have seen, things that have happened in the neighborhood in the recent times. And therefore, friends, in Europe, they continue to grapple with the idea of multiculturalism. This idea is inherent to Bharat's worldview. For centuries, we have successfully practiced this. I believe Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, one of the former vice chairmen of the University Grants Commission, has come out with an idea of how we can ensure that Indian ethos reflects in what we call as liberal arts education, because that also requires to have the fragrance of the soil of this land. The fifth important ingredient of the process of shaping a new knowledge culture is making the educational community realize the importance of scientific documentation and securing intellectual property rights. If what has happened with yoga is not to be repeated, and what has happened with yoga? You know, in America, now there are classes where they say that they are teaching hot yoga, beer yoga. I mean, such a weird thing, but then it is happening because they have large number of certification agencies there, and unfortunately we didn't create them. So these kinds of mistakes, I'm sure we all will agree that we have to ensure that they are not repeated. In the contemporary era, possessing a precious thing is not enough. Valid certification of possession has become more important than the possession itself. Let me also flag over here the need for teaching foreign languages, and that too not just the Spanish and French and German and things like that, but also the neighborhood languages. I mean, we are a country to which the global community is looking upon. But unfortunately, we don't have even a single department of a university that teaches the Sinhala language of Sri Lanka. The ambassador of Sri Lanka was, in a way, complaining to me in our conversation about this. We don't have classes where we teach Bhasa Malaysia or Bhasa Indonesia. They are neighbors. They are a part of cultural India in a way. We don't have a single institution that imparts education in Burmese language. When Lokmanya Tilak's death centenary was celebrated in 2020, one of the Indian diplomats had a conversation with Aung San Suu Kyi of Myanmar. She was not imprisoned at that point of time. She was a part of the government. And she told him that I have heard about Lokmanya Tilak. I would like to read Gita Rahasya, but then make it to me available in Burmese language. Now, how do we do that? We don't teach Bhoti. We don't teach Uzbek. I mean, yes, of course, in Delhi University, there is a department, but largely we have ignored these neighborhood languages, and I believe it is detrimental. Globally, knowledge traditions have always evolved through innovations and out-of-the-box approaches. As outlined by globally renowned and highly acclaimed Pune-based scientist, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, for innovations to be recognized and used across the globe, they have to be affordable, scalable, sustainable, universal, rapid, excellent, and above all, truly distinctive. Having said that, the most important parameter of any innovation remains its potential to add value and genuinely make a difference. Innovation will lose its importance if, in substance, it remains just fashionable. Also, the track record, and you know it better than me, of implementing innovations that have emerged out of dozens of hackathons that we all conducted leave much scope for extra efforts on our part at every level. Friends, as I come to the last part of my presentation, let me take you through the contents of one of the latest reports of the global higher education prepared by UNESCO. The report clearly says that the future of global higher education is transitioning towards a hybrid, personalized, and lifelong learning model driven by artificial intelligence, sustainability, and increased demand for employability. By 2030, UNESCO report says, international student numbers are expected to reach 8.5 million, with massive demand driven by India and China. Key shifts include AI-driven curricula, personalized learning, and increased focus on cross-cultural skill development. The future, as framed by UNESCO, focuses on a human-centered approach that prioritizes equality, intellectual freedom, and the critical role of universities in fostering sustainability. For a trainer in democracy like me, who has a student movement background, I believe that there are 4 key areas where universities will have to very adroitly deal with a balancing act. It's a tightrope walk, I understand. And what are these areas? Student-centric we have to be, but not exclusively market-oriented. Let markets not determine what we need to do. Of course, we cannot be unmindful of the market demands, but then markets alone cannot be the factor that should determine the content of our education. Secondly, knowledge-oriented, but not undermining vocational needs. Futuristic in our approach, but not disregarding our glorious knowledge traditions. recognizing the strength of attention economy, but not ignoring the value of rigorous research. And this is a new coinage, attention economy. I came across this few years before, recently. And this is thanks to social media. And I'm sure you are aware of the menace that at times overindulgence in social media is causing. One of the major distortions that social media has promoted is, in the age of Instagram and Facebook and whatnot, it has become more important to appear good than to be good, unfortunately. और होता क्या है, जो अच्छे दिखते हैं कई बार अच्छे निकलते नहीं, और जो अच्छे हैं कई बार अच्छे दिखने में इतने सफल होते नहीं. इसलिए अच्छों को अच्छा दिखना बहुत आवश्यक हो गया है. मैं मानता हूं कि आप सब इसको जानते हैं. Friends from the academia and honorable vice chancellors gathered here, let me be a little extra candid in raising one potential pertinent question before I end my presentation. How long, let me ask you, how long are we going to relish in the feel-good stories of Nalanda and Takshashila? It is high time we resolutely try to create new Nalanda and new Takshashila. The way to the restoration of India's past knowledge and traditions goes via building great institutions which are led by towering personalities and who are non-compromising and deeply value conscious. Thank you very much.
Would like to do. Thank you very much, sir, for such thought-provoking and inspiring presentation. Thanks a lot. I would like to invite Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ma'am for a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. The chief guest of today's program, who has just delivered the AIU Foundation Day lecture on the 100th AIU Foundation, on the 100th AIU General Conference. He has delivered the Foundation Day. That's why it's very, very important to us. Professor P.D. Patil, the Chancellor of the University, Professor Vinay Sahasrabudhe, the President of AIU, Professor Pawar, the Vice Chancellor of the host university, D.Y. Patil University, and all the Vice Chancellors present here. A very good morning to you. I would like to thank Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, who is a legend in his own way. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, who has been a legend in his own way. And the address he has delivered is very, very timely. He mentioned about 5 crises and the ways of sort of how to ensure that we come out of those 5 crisis situations. He has talked about crisis of identity. So when I say crisis of identity, like somebody asks you, who am I? So if I say I'm Pankaj Mittal, that is my name. If I say I'm Secretary General AIU, that is my designation. But who I am actually. So crisis of identity, crisis of purpose, what I am here for in this world, what I have come for. Have I come for only doing these mundane things or something else? So crisis of purpose, crisis of authenticity and crisis of ownership, belongingness, whether I have a belongingness to the institution where I'm serving, belongingness to the family, belongingness to the society, belongingness to the country, belongingness to the world as a whole, and the crisis of relationship between fellow beings. So 5 crises, he has very, very nicely indicated that these are the 5 crises which all of us are facing, which the nation is facing, and how to come out of those crises, how to talk of Swadeshi, how to talk of Swabhasha, how to talk of Swabhusha, how to talk of Swabhoj also. He cited an example of apple a day, and how to think of Swadhinta rather than Pradhinta. So a very good lecture and an eye-opener for all of us. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. And we are going to publish a book of AIU Foundation Day lectures. And this will be, I think, the most important lecture in that particular book. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being here, and that too at a short notice. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all the dignitaries for your gracious presence. Thank you. We'll immediately start the next session within 5 minutes.
एक मिनिट नाही आहे ना हे ना दोन्ही घेऊन हा सर एक मिनिट लाउडिंग
March 23, 1925. On a misty morning, in the quiet corners of Bombay University's library, a movement quietly took birth. A spark of collaboration that would go on to shape the destiny of higher education in India. This spirit of unity soon found its form, an organization to network universities to foster academic development. Thus emerged the Inter-University Board, bringing together 11 of India's 14 universities. Over time, what began as the Inter-University Board was registered as a society in 1973, and with it, the Association of Indian Universities, AIU India. March 23, 1925. On a misty morning, in the quiet corners of Bombay University's library, a movement quietly took birth. A spark of collaboration that would go on to shape the destiny of higher education in India. This spirit of unity soon found its form, an organization to network universities to foster academic development. Thus emerged the Inter-University Board, bringing together 11 of India's 14 universities. Over time, what began as the Inter-University Board was registered as a society in 1973, and with it, the Association of Indian Universities, AIU, was born. A century later, AIU stands tall, a symbol of unity, innovation, progress and excellence. From 11 founding universities to over more than 1,075 members today, including international associate universities across Asia, Europe, and Africa. Association of Indian Universities has become the largest university association in the world. Led by visionaries like Dr. Radha Krishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Sir A.L. Mudaliar, and others. AIU's journey has been shaped by wisdom, foresight, and an unyielding spirit. AIU's mission remains steadfast to promote and represent Indian higher education on national and global stages, to forge strong ties with governments, academic bodies, sister associations, and universities worldwide through collaboration and coordination. One of AIU's key contributions, the Vice Chancellor's Meets, serve as forums where leadership meets vision, shaping the future of Indian higher education through dialogue and innovation. The academic mandates, like providing academic leadership, advancing academic research, ensuring capacity building, and fostering research collaborations, are fulfilled through its vibrant research division by aligning Indian higher education with global standards through its key activities, like conducting research projects on higher education, organizing seminars, symposia, roundtables and training programs for vice chancellors and senior academics, and bringing out publications. It offers a platform for ideas to grow, where policies are shaped and students are inspired through initiatives like Anveshan, discovering young minds with the spark of research. Through initiatives like academic and administrative development centers, AIU is empowering faculty and administrators, fostering academic leadership for the challenges of tomorrow. Through its publications, from the University Handbook to University News, AIU has enriched India's academic and research landscape, creating a knowledge legacy for generations. At the heart of it all, AIU's library stands as a quiet guardian of history, preserving a priceless treasury of higher education's evolution. Since its inception, AIU has been the anchor for recognizing foreign qualifications, ensuring their equivalence with Indian standards, a role acknowledged by the Government of India for employment and beyond. Beyond academics, AIU has championed sports with the same passion. Recognized as a national sports promotion organization, it conducts over 226 championships annually across 63 disciplines, in partnership with bodies like Sports Authority of India, BCCI, NRAI, and FISU. Its athletes have carried India's spirit to the Olympics, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games and beyond. A legacy honored even by the Honorable Prime Minister after the triumphs at the World University Games 2023.
वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स हुए थे। हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने कुल 26 पदक जीते, जिनमें से 11 गोल्ड मेडल थे।
AIU believes in the boundless energy of youth. Its Youth Affairs Division lights up campuses with inter-university youth festivals, moot courts, national women student parliaments, and Qawwali competitions, nurturing not just skills, but dreams. From these vibrant stages, stars like Mahalakshmi Iyer, Jagjit Singh, Kapil Sharma, Vivek Oberoi, Ashutosh Rana, Bharti, Subodh Gupta once rose, carrying India's cultural spirit to the world. Today, Unifest winners represent India proudly at global platforms like the Ismailia Festival in Egypt, the Shenzhen Art Season in China, and the Mandorlo in Fiore in Italy, weaving India's heritage into the global fabric. To strengthen India's global engagement, AIU launched the Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education, INIHE, creating a vibrant platform for joint degrees, research collaborations, and academic exchanges in alignment with NEP 2020. Developing strategic ties with institutions across Spain, Africa, Canada, Australia, Mexico, and Taiwan, AIU is building bridges that connects minds and futures. For 100 years, Association of Indian Universities has been a beacon of unity, a custodian of excellence, and a harbinger of vision. And now, as it steps into its second centennial, AIU stands renewed, not merely as a witness of history, but as a torch-bearer for the future of Indian higher education. With purpose in its stride, promise in its heart, and pride in its legacy, the journey of AIU marches on to light up new dreams, to provide platform for dialogue, deliberations, innovation, and edge India's name ever higher in the story of global education.
Hello. Dear students, may I have your attention, please? It's a genuine request. No eatables are allowed in the auditorium. I think you also must have been already several times in the auditorium. Please follow the protocol. No eatables are allowed in the auditorium. Please take a very, very strict note of this. Thank you.
I would like to welcome all our distinguished Vice Chancellors and respected delegates to a brief on the Prime Minister Internship Scheme.
To calm down first,
All right. Okay.
because we are just making a lot of noise. It is for them. Yes, sir.
I request all the students to please remain silent. We are beginning with the program. I would like to welcome all our distinguished Vice Chancellors and respected delegates to a brief on the Prime Minister Internship Scheme by the representative of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. I would like to welcome Dr. Navdeep Singh Suhag, sir, Deputy Director, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, to brief us.
Thank you. So a very good morning to all the participants over here. A very warm thanks to AIU and the organizers of DPU. We really appreciate and honored to be here. On the behalf of Government of India, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, I'm Dr. Navdeep Singh Suhag, and we want to the honorable dignitaries present over here, the honorable Vice Chancellors. So, sir, without further ado, and lady ma'ams, I just want to start with our scheme. As you must be sitting over here in the previous lecture, Honorable Dignitary Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe also talked about how new education policy allows us to have some experimentation also, and to give our youth some on-the-job training. So, Government of India has come out with a flagship scheme, which is still its pilot phase. It's called Prime Minister Internship Scheme. So, I just want to grab your attention regarding this so that we can reach out to the youth of India who might be using this scheme for their betterment. So, what is Prime Minister Internship Scheme? As I said, it is a flagship scheme of Government of India, still in its pilot phase. We are in the last pilot rounds, we have offered 1 lakh plus paid internships in 700 plus districts of India. When we talk about internships, these are offered by big corporates of India. Last 2 rounds, we had out of 500 top corporates of India in terms of their CSR spending, 350 plus companies participated in this. Internships are covering more than 25 sectors and multiple roles, and they aimed at enhancing the employability of our youth. So it's a designed course which is very structured and with the Government of India managing it. So what is PMIS? The features. So the goal of the internship is to enhance the employability. Top companies we have chosen. Now the pool is extended to top 2,000 companies of India in terms of their CSR spending. And sirs and ma'ams, the CSR spending is dependent upon the profitability of a company. So that means all the companies, all the big names, I'll go to those who are participating in the scheme in a while, are offering paid internships. And the only objective behind is to increase the employability of our youth. So the internship choice is 6 months duration or 9 months duration. And who is eligible? There are youth between 18 to 25 years of age who are either graduates or 10th pass, 12th pass, polytechnic, ITI pass outs, or even postgraduates. And this is the first time we are offering internship opportunities through PMIS, that is Prime Minister Internship Scheme, to the youth who are in their final years of graduation or post-graduation. And in this regard, we already onboarded UGC and AICTE through Department of Higher Education. And we are also working out under the new education policy to give even credits for our candidates in the PMIS. And what is it for the youth, which is very important? So, sir and ma'ams, in our PMIS, we offer youths 9,000 rupees minimum, out of which 90% is borne by Government of India, rupees 8,100 through DBT, and 900 rupees is paid by the participating corporates. Along with that, we also offer 6,000 rupees one-time grant, again through DBT to the youth. Defined roles, insurance coverage also under PM Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Along with that, all our corporates are having a defined internship role for our youths. So that means you are given training as well as exposure. The only condition is the training should not be more than 50% of the internship duration. So before further exploring it, I just want to clear at this stage what is Prime Minister Internship Scheme is not about. So we hear a lot of questions from all the dignitaries and all the participants. It is not an employment guarantee scheme. It is not an employment generation scheme also. It is not an unemployment allowance also or income support scheme. It is not even a replacement for skill training, apprenticeship schemes, NATs and NAPs. It is just a plain internship scheme. And internship as a concept which is very novel, as you know, in the tier 2, tier 3 and courses like arts courses, humanity courses. But we are offering this internship to all and across India in every stream. So these are the companies, few of the companies, top companies which are offering as of round 3. And the pool of the companies is increasing. Our objective is to have around 1 crore youth to be trained in next 5 years or interned in next 5 years across 2,000 top companies of India. We have a centralized portal for it. Now coming to the, the exact details of how to go about it. We have a centralized portal called pminternship.mc.gov.in. Any youth can come and register there. Of course, subject to the conditions. There are conditions there. They are like, say, for example, nobody should be in the family having a government service. And nobody in the family should be earning more than 12 lakh. These are the basic conditions. Apart from that, it is very transparent, very open. So candidates come, they enroll themselves, and one candidate at one point of time can offer up to 3 internship opportunities. Then this is the candidate journey, which is self-explanatory. They create the register. It is completely transparent and online. There is no meddling by anyone. Company can choose after an interaction or on the basis of their CVs. That is a choice. Ultimate choice of the internship is to be offered by the company themselves. So how it works for the students, we are allowing it for the first time, the final year students of graduate and postgraduate. So sirs and ma'am, through your esteemed channels and through your universities, we want to reach out to the maximum number of youth. So each final year UG or PG students can apply subject to the conditions they are fulfilling on our portal. Students are required to submit an NOC from their respective education institutions, and NOC must confirm that the participation in internship should not be interfering with their academic requirements. Now in this, sir and ma'ams, I just want to tell you this. Our scheme also takes into account that there might be some academic engagements. So we also offer an issue of sabbaticals from the internship. The candidates can avail the sabbaticals. They can take a break. from their internship in case of any academic engagement, and they can do so twice. The duration of the entire internship is 6 months or 9 months, depending upon the sector. So they can avail the internship along with their final in their academics. So authorized signatories, we are flexible about it, head of the departments, deans, principals, or training and placement officers of the universities and colleges. So what are the collaboration we are looking forward to? Sir, we are reaching out to you, all ma'ams and sirs, all the dignitaries, all the vice chancellors. We request you, and in fact, we implore you to appoint a university nodal officers. We have already given details of the scheme through a letter which was placed in your folder, also a leaflet. And this university nodal officer will be single point of contact for MCA. We are doing it through us. There is no middleman. There is no, enabling institutions. It is directly Government of India, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and through our portal, we are reaching out to you. You can share the details of your placement cell officers or internship cells if there is any. We like to reach out to them. We like to tell them we can even in future give them some login credentials to see what are the internship opportunities. The best part about the PMIS is we are geotagging each internship opportunity. The candidate can see while applying where he is applying, how far it is from his distance. It is on pin code basis. The candidate enters his pin code. All the internship opportunities around him will be pop up on the screen. So we can, through you, we can do so. And another new feature that we have organized this year is if there is substantial number of interest from the university and they have the critical mass of the youth who are interested in the internship opportunities, we also have a campus mode. It's called camp registration mode, wherein the industries will come to the university campus. They will organize a 1-day, 2-day camp where the candidates will be allowed to come with their documents. They will be screened there and then, and they will be given an internship offer on the same day. The same day they will be onboarded on our portal also. So that is also available if it is being deemed good enough by the universities. Of course, we want to reach out to the maximum number of youth. So that's why we require universities and colleges affiliated to you to tell the candidates that such opportunity is available. Sir, because as you know, internship is one step towards employment. We cannot offer employment, but we can offer internship, which will give them a chance, a foothold to get into corporate world. And sirs and ma'ams, I might be very young to tell you all this, but I've gone through that journey myself. When I was looking forward to have some internship opportunities, and what I had to do was, मुझे किसी को approach करना पड़ता, साहब phone कर दीजिए, किसी को बता दीजिए. And this was the culture. Internship India mein, it's a sad fact that there is only if you have some kind of push, pull or some connections, then only you can land a good internship. But here, Government of India is reaching out to each and every intern. And I can say with proud that हम first round में हमारे जो interns pass out हुए हैं, starting from Jammu Kashmir right down to Kanyakumari, we have offered internship across India. And first 2 rounds, First round, it was 1,27,000 internship opportunities, and now it was 1,18,000. Currently, 45,000 internship opportunities are live on our portal. This time, it is on rolling basis. So, हर 15 दिन में, 20 दिन में नई opportunities आ रही हैं. So, I request you with a folded hand, tell your students about it, how to avail them. Get in touch with us through your nodal officers. Nominate कीजिए. We will reach out to them. We will offer all kinds of IC material also. And we request you, please display a PMI's banner on your website. It doesn't cost anything to you. And also we will be ready to share the IEC material for ready to use. And last is, of course, we also need universities to do some bit of hand holding. Because हमारी सबसे बड़ी जो challenge हमें निकल के आ रहा है, बच्चे tier 3, tier 4, tier 2 cities में, they don't know what is internship. Especially so when the courses are not having internship as an element. I'm from law background, so we had internship from our right year 1. But I did my graduation in history honors from Delhi University. वहाँ पे internship का नहीं पता था. Delhi University में शायद पता था हमें colleges में, but not in any small town college or student coming from a rural background. So of course, you as universities, vice chancellors are enablers, and you can change this. So our biggest challenge is to tell the students what is internship. So that kind of thing is there. So we reach out to you and we focus on improving the candidate's experience about internship. If there is any feedback, tell us. We are listening. In our round 1 and 2, we got feedback. So that's why round 3 was completely changed. Round 1 May, we were only offering 5,000 stipend. We increased it to 9,000. And that is minimum. Over and above, many companies are giving more than that. For example, ONGC is giving 19,000. Few companies are giving 22,000. Some of them are giving free canteen facilities. Some of them are giving transportation allowances also. So as of now, 143 companies gave over and above what was the minimum stipend. And it is a win-win for companies also. Whatever companies are paying 10%, that can be offset from their CSR spending. So we are making a scheme which is completely industry friendly also, and it is completely youth friendly also. So with this, I just don't want to bore you with anything. I request you to have any questions regarding it. We will be here even in the tea break. I'll be nagging you people for any questions or anything. Please reach out to us. Next step is we have already given you a envelope in your kit, and with details. My personal number is also there. So we request you, and we of course expect that you please take. We will be sharing this PPT also in your group, whatever soft group. We request AIU officials to enable it. So with this, I'll just conclude my presentation. But of course, we are free. If you have any questions, we are willing to answer that, and we are requesting you, in fact, to take advantage and to take this opportunity for the betterment of your students, of your youths, and even your alumni groups. Because those who are passed out 18 to 25 years of age, they can come and they can onboard it. They can take advantage of this. Though we are not offering any job because we cannot, but our internship has made difference to the candidates who have joined it. Many serious candidates have been observed by the industries they are working in. और बहुतों को हमने स्कीम में भी एक फिर फीचर डाला कि अगर आपको बहुत अच्छा इंटर्न मिल रहा है तो यू कैन ऑन बोर्ड देम इवन ड्यूरिंग द इंटर्नशिप पीरियड एंड लेट अस नो, बिकॉज द रिस्पॉन्स ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री वाज हेवी. दे आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स हु आर राइट, and through internship they can have that talent pool. And youth, of course, they get a chance to work in IBM, all the top corporates of India. They are under the banner. We have a very robust grievance redressal mechanism also, which is monitored at the top level. Dedicated helpline number also. And we reach out to each and every youth who has any grievance, if any. And we promise them that Government of India is standing beside them in every step of their internship. And we are not we take a proud of the fact that we are working with the target group, which is going to be the future of India. So that's why we are very sensitive about the grievances. We are very sensitive about taking a feedback loop. And of course, all the dignitaries present over here, we are taking you very, very seriously. That's why today my GS had to come, but my joint secretary was called in for an official meeting. So I had to stand in his place. So we request you to please take advantage of this internship scheme. Please reach out to us for any further details you want. And we request you to please work on these. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions? If I have any, yes, sir. Please, sir. No, sir, there is no last date because every week now the internship opportunities are coming on our portal. So of course, any internship opportunity has an expiry date. Say, for example, today, if it's been populated, the minimum 15 days time period has to be given to a candidate to apply, and maximum is 30 days. So there's no last date, sir. But sir, of course, we want an institutionalized mechanism so that your university students, if they're onboarded, you can have a nodal officer for that. So whatever the questions they have, we will reach out to the nodal officer. There will be a single point of contact from ministry side and from your university side, sir. Sir, there is no performance requirement from students. We are looking, sir. Sir, final year, sir. Final year means only final year students who are pursuing the graduation or post-graduation. But those who are passed out, they can come, sir. But first year students are not, sir. No, sir. No such academic requirements, sir. So it is open for everyone, sir. We have relaxed it because it is not a job. It is an internship. So we kept it very, very lax. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, just to clarify, I might not be my bad. I couldn't make you explain it. Ma'am, all the industries, all the big PSUs, all the top 2000 companies in India are allowed to onboard. Beside them, every state government is also now allowed to nominate the industries in their states who wants to participate in the scheme. And ma'am, they don't have to give anything other than mere 900 rupees. No. Yes, ma'am. Students' point of view. Yes, ma'am. If all students, there are criteria, right? You mentioned their economic background and etc. Only they get stipend and only they can apply. What I'm trying to suggest is if others are also allowed, but they won't get this stipend. That way the opportunity is open up. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, suggestion duly noted. We will definitely notify it, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Unemployed last year, 3 years, alumni student can be
Yes,
part
sir.
of this?
Sir,
Alumni students,
yes,
last 3 years pass out students.
sir, any pass out 18 to 25 years of age group should be there.
18 to
25.
25 years.
18 though.
Okay, but at the PG level, how it is possible then?
Sir, PG level final year students can apply and PG level.
For PG, you should extend the age limit, upper age limit.
Yes, sir. We will note it down.
Please.
Yeah.
Any minimum turnover of a company you are fixing up to offer internship?
Yes, sir. So that's a very good question. So, sir, it was a technical detail I wanted to avoid over here, but yes, sir, we have a minimum threshold of 1,000 crore rupees.
1,000 crore.
Yes, sir. Because we want a very structured internship. We don't want it to be a very normal thing to substitute our interns for cheap labor. We don't want the situation. So we want serious players. But of course, sir, there's an exception which has been carved out. States can nominate any industry of any size.
But this is also other than corporate or manufacturing sector. You also have other establishments offering internship.
Yes, sir.
Even universities can offer internship.
Sir, we want, sir, them to be more employable. So that's why, sir, internship is more towards gearing them and making them more employable in the corporate world or any manufacturing service industry. Sir, we have 25 sectors, oil and natural gas till this, but university internship.
You are saying difference between apprenticeship and internship.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Offered by both actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Precisely the point. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Whenever we are applying on the portal, so the selection will be in the offline mode or online mode?
Sir, everything is online. Our
Okay.
is completely online portal. Whenever a person applies, and then after registration of the person, he has to apply for internship. After internship, sir, we do shortlisting in the ministry, and we give 1:3 ka ratio to the employer. Every student get a chance. So the final selection is made by the company. It may be on the basis of their CV, maybe on the basis of an interaction, maybe on the basis of an interview. That is completely up to the employer to select.
Only my question is
No
that
offline, sir.
because we are maybe many universities are from very small places.
Sir.
So whether student has to go personally to that company after?
No.
Okay, only online mode. Okay,
Only online.
thank you.
Sharma, Vice Chancellor, SRM University. Second,
Sir.
like, why there is a necessity that there should be 1,000 crore.
Sir.
What we are looking for,
Sir.
that students should have that experiential learning.
Sir.
And I think when they go to a smaller company,
Sir.
everything under this one roof,
Sir.
they will be able to learn a lot of things rather than going to a big, company.
Sir.
Where they will be only in one segment.
Sir.
I think that can be now it is. Right now, the problem is that our students are not able to get internship.
Sir.
And that's what my understanding was when I was attending this digital transformation.
Sir.
Yes, I don't know, but maybe I have heard it wrong.
So that is exaggerated figure, sir.
I be heard.
So,
But figures are there. And if we have more students, only every company can have more students. I think our internship problem is resolved. So we need not to be putting and not having them on board. Now it is up to the student to decide whether I want to go there or not. At least something is being paid. If nothing is being paid, at least you learning. What he doesn't learn, even if he does a full-time project and his own university. And this can be, thought once a day.
So-
There is a gateway open.
so,
I suggestion.
sir, thank you, sir. Sir, I just want to add on to this over here, sir. When we were traveling in Northeast last year, there was a suggestion that big corporates are not there in Northeast. So we allowed the state governments to choose whatever startups are there, whatever industries are there. But sir, we always have to maintain that for a structured internship, we don't want, of course, we are paying, companies only paying 900 rupees, but we are paying 8,100 rupees. So we want our interns to be working in a big environment where they have an exposure. Rather than, sir, we don't want them to be substituted for a cheap labor. If a company doesn't have, they take 5 interns and all. So we also have a limit. The total strength of the company, the internship they can offer is 15% of their total strength, so that it should not be a substitute for something else. Secondly, sir, we also respect that there might be certain companies small in scale but doing some good. So we are also onboarding certain sectors which are underrepresented. So for example, green energy. It is one area which is very heavily dominated by small players. MSME sector thing, we are also approaching them. CA firms. So through ICAI and ICSI, we are also approaching them as an umbrella organization to have internship opportunities for BCom graduates, or say somebody who's from financial backgrounds. So, sir, we are, of course, we are onboarding that also. But for big corporates, these are the norms. But for smaller ones, we are also given an exception to the policy. So,
excuse me. I am Professor Ravindran from the University of Calicut, Vice Chancellor. It's a very important presentation with respect to the student need for internships now. I just wanted to add, in addition to what they said, to remove this 100 crore minimum turnover requirement, and also to make sure that you have shorter term internships like 3 months, because this has now become part of the curriculum everywhere. For example, we have this 4-year UG program implemented, and it is a must that everybody has to go through these internships. So finding internships is the biggest challenge which we are all facing. And we don't have actually 6 months internship program as such for all programs. So if we can have 3 months internship programs also, and like Madam said, it is not mandatory that the stipend should be given, but the opportunity should be there. Stipends is one thing, and the opportunity is another. So if you can actually provide a platform, decent platform, it will open up a lot of opportunities for students. Thank you.
yeah. So this is the last question because organizers are really, I'm getting a flank from them. So we will continue our thing after in the tea break. I'll be here only, sir, till lunch. So, sir, answering to your question, we are offering a lot of opportunities. That is not a problem, sir. And of course, 3 months, as you said, sir, duration is fixed with the thing in mind that internship should not only be a tick mark on your checkbox that I've done this internship. We want them to have some practical experience and gainful, skills to be added. Yeah. So I'll take it later, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. We would now like to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries. I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil, sir, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, Pune, to felicitate Shri Balamurugan D. Sir, IAS, Joint Secretary of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, who could not be here today due to an emergency professional commitment. I request Dr. Navdeep Singh, sir, to accept the memento on his behalf. Just a minute, we are waiting for sir. So please be seated. All right. Sorry, I would like to request I request Honorable Chancellor, Dr. P.D. Patil Sir, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth Pune to felicitate Dr. Shri Balamurugan D. Sir, IAS Joint Secretary of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, who could not be here due to an emergency professional commitment. I request Dr. Navdeep Singh Sir to accept the memento on his behalf. I request Sir to felicitate Dr. Navdeep Singh Suhag Sir, Deputy Director, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite the representatives of Bharat Scouts and Guides to brief us. S. Prasanna Srivastava Sir, Director, Special Program Bharat Scouts and Guides, and Darshana Pavaskar Ma'am, Director, Bharat Scouts and Guides.
A very good morning to this distinguished assembly. Honorable President of AIU, Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak, esteemed Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Dr. P.D. Patil Sahib, the Chancellor of DPU, and Professor M.J. Pawar, the Vice Chancellor of DPU. Once again, very good morning to all of you from the Bharat Scouts and Guides.
We, Shri Prasanna Srivastava and Darshana Pavaskar, representing the Bharat Scouts and Guides, are honored to be here. We extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Chief Commissioner for Guides, Bharat Scouts and Guides, and the Secretary General for AIU, for this invitation to address the architect of India's educational ecosystem.
Distinguished guests, honorable vice chancellors, before we move further on this journey today, we will invite you to watch for a video.
Did you know? Many of the astronauts who reached for the stars were once scouts. Among them, Neil Armstrong, the first man to walk on the moon, who carried a scout badge with him on his historic journey. We are proud of pioneers like Kalpana Chawla and Sunita Williams of Indian origin, who inspired millions to dream. Beyond the skies were scouts. From campfires to space missions, the journey to the stars doesn't begin in space. It begins in scouting. It begins with the Bharat Scouts and Guides. In every university, there is talent. In every classroom, there is ambition. But the future of India will not be shaped by knowledge alone. It will be shaped by character, courage, discipline, service, leadership, and a sense of national purpose. That is where the Bharat Scouts and Guides comes in. The Bharat Scouts and Guides is not just an organization, it is a movement, a voluntary, non-political, educational movement for young people.
37,000 से भी अधिक स्काउट और गाइड यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं। पूरी दुनिया में स्काउट और गाइड कौन कौन से दूसरे के बीच में समर्पण के भाव से काम कर रहे हैं।
The rovers and rangers are trustworthy, loyal, friends to animals and loves nature, brother to every other rover, sister to every other ranger, courageous, disciplined, and helps protect public property, courteous, thrifty, pure in thought, word, and deed, and adhere to the principle of duty to God, duty to country, duty to self. Across India, it has been shaping lives through values, teamwork, self-reliance, service, peace education, and real-world learning. Good citizen training and personality development. Self-esteem, positive attitude, interpersonal skill, positive habits, goal setting, values and vision, team spirit, fundamental duties, blood donation, leadership, public speaking, drill and march past, which trains the youth towards smartness and good order, life in the open air, rambling, and much more. For universities, the Bharat Scouts and Guides offers one of the most relevant, powerful youth development platforms available today through the Rover and Ranger program for young adults. This is the age where students do not just need degrees. They need direction, they need resilience, they need leadership experience, they need opportunities to serve, to explore, to organize, to represent, and to grow. This is not learning limited to a lecture hall. This is learning by doing. This is leadership in action. Scouting transforms personality. Through Bharat Scouts and Guides, students enter a world of adventure and growth. Core outdoor activities, camping, trekking, hiking, stargazing, map reading, estimation, campcraft, pioneering, first aid, signaling, disaster management, rescue and rehabilitation, life skill training, adventure, nature study, and many more. They discover how to lead when conditions are difficult, how to stay calm under pressure, how to support others, how to turn uncertainty into confidence. Adventure is not merely recreation, it is character training. Camping is not just an event, it is a lesson in self-reliance. Hiking is not just a route, it is a journey in perseverance. And at a time when young people often struggle with isolation, anxiety, and lack of direction, Rover and Ranger program gives them something priceless: belonging, purpose, and inner strength.
हमको जब स्काउट कैंप्स में भेजते थे जो बीच में नहीं दे पाते सारे टुगेदर और टेंट्स हम खुद बनाते थे पानी हम भर के लाते थे अपना मग और वो लेके बैठ लेके we were all scouts.
The Bharat Scouts and Guides opens doors for Indian youth to participate in international platforms such as the World Scout Jamboree and the World Scout Moot. Major global events that bring together young people from across countries, cultures, and continents. These are not ordinary trips. These are life-changing international learning experiences. A student from your university can camp with the world, can build friendships across nations, can represent India with pride, can return with confidence, cultural intelligence, and a truly global outlook. The World Scout Jamboree brings together tens of thousands of young people from around the world, while the World Scout Moot is specifically designed for young adults, traditionally called rovers, with a focus on friendship, skills, and global citizenship. India's rise in the world will depend on universities that produce not only employable graduates, but ethical, capable, nation-first leaders. This is the spirit that great national figures have consistently called for. A spirit of discipline, service, innovation, and contribution.
I salute to Scouts and Guides.
Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, while addressing Bharat Scouts and Guides awardees, called Scouts and Guides our national wealth. The message is clear. When youth are given values, responsibility, and opportunity, they do not merely succeed. They help build the nation. The world recognizes the transformative power of scouting. Global adventurer Bear Grylls, who served as chief ambassador of World Scouting, championed scouting's role in building courage, resilience, skills, and a spirit of service in young people worldwide.
The impact that you can have to truly change the world for the better.
Our gratitudes. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian University, is serving in a voluntary capacity as the Chief Commissioner of Guides of the Bharat Scouts and Guides, and also in charge to promote Rover and Ranger section in the organization. Most importantly, the Bharat Scouts and Guides is deeply aligned with the vision of the National Education Policy 2020, calls for experiential learning, holistic development, ethics, teamwork, life skills, and the formation of engaged, capable, compassionate citizens. That is exactly what BSG delivers on the ground, not in theory, in practice. It gives universities a ready platform for non-formal, value-based, leadership-centered youth development. A platform where education moves beyond mark sheets and enters life itself. Honorable Vice Chancellors, this is an opportunity before you. An opportunity to give your students more than a qualification. An opportunity to give them a movement, a platform, a purpose, a pathway to leadership, a chance to serve India and represent India. Scouting and guiding has the elements of NSS, NCC, disaster management, first aid, and much more, which inculcates leadership training to the youth in making an individual a reliable and responsible citizen of the nation through the Scout method of learning by doing outside the four walls. Come and be a part of the good citizenship training with the Bharat Scouts and Guides. Join the Rover and Ranger program.
Trust that this video was informative to all of you. And I believe that many of you would have remembered your childhood time looking at it. However, friends, I was just looking and thinking about it, that whatever Professor Sahasbudre was talking this morning, are there answers on this video of many of those points that he raised this morning? In a nation of 1.4 billion, where does true leadership begin? It doesn't start in a boardroom or a luxury office. It reflects from years of trial and errors that begins from a small team of serving in the heart of community with a simple, solemn promise. Since 1909, we have been the silent backbone of India's youth, from creating records to the front lines of every national crisis.
We are the Bharat Scouts and Guides. We are the largest youth uniformed organization in India. Scouts and Guides, you imagine children tying knots, camping, but it is much more than just this. We are having members from age 3 to 25. Let's have a close look at the young adults, the rovers and rangers. They are the 16 to 25-year-old. While the world worried about the Gen Z being glued to screens, we just saw the generation glued to service, survival, and leadership.
Our network, operating under Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, a part of the Big Six global youth organizations. We offer your students a direct gateway to over 17 million peers worldwide.
The scale in India is unparalleled. 7.8 million active members, 50 plus state associations, including the railway zones and the UT. A powerful presence in KVS, NVS, and elite institutes like the NLU.
Let's be candid. Many students graduate job ready, but not life ready.
It's simple. Scouting and guiding is NSS, NCC, disaster management, first aid, and much, much more. We have the service of NSS, the discipline of NCC, and added with the learning by doing method to create hands-on leaders. It's also about governance. Through our mock youth parliament, students stimulate legislative proceedings, mastering public speaking and national policies. We are not just educational students, we are creating the next generation of responsible citizens.
We offer a global brotherhood and sisterhood. A rover from your university can walk into a scout center in Kandersteg, Switzerland, and be welcomed as a family. This is a unique diplomatic networking opportunity for all the students who will be joining Scouting.
For our young women, it is about global advocacy. A ranger from your university could be standing on the world stage at the CSW or COP, addressing the UN on the critical global issues.
Our member youth don't just follow a manual. They design their own projects and lead their own crew. We aren't training them to just follow orders. We are training them to be the ones who lead when something goes wrong. Through rigorous adventure, training, they learn to confront and conquer their fears, transforming hesitation into decisive leadership.
At our camps, a student from Kerala shares a tent with a student from Nagaland. They aren't just reading about diversity, they are cooking, hiking, and solving problems together. This is citizenship in action.
Our framework addresses the 5 core areas of human development: physical, intellectual, emotional, social, and spiritual.
We provide the soft skills the corporate world craves: interpersonal skills and goal setting. Our rovers and rangers are bound by law and promise. They are trustworthy, loyal, and courageous.
By fostering roving and rangering, you transform your campus into a leadership incubator.
Imagine your student receiving the Rashtrapati Award from the President of India. This is a heading for your university's excellence, because remember, in NSS you serve, in NCC you follow. In
roving and rangering, you lead. We have shared with you the basic information, and we have also shared the booklets and some other books with you. Further, we are just an email or a WhatsApp away. Just connect us. We will be there to support. The network is ready. The legacy is proven.
All we need is your vision to bring this global movement to your campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We would be there at the reception counter if there are any questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Such an inspiring session.
I understand, sir.
Yesterday marked a strong and inspiring beginning to the conference, setting the tone for meaningful dialogue and collaboration. The inaugural session brought together eminent voices who highlighted the evolving role of higher education in nation building. The technical sessions emphasized innovation, self-reliance, and the importance of policy direction in higher education. Building on yesterday's momentum, we look forward to another day of insightful discussions and meaningful engagement. Today's sessions will focus on sustainability, social responsibility, and fostering entrepreneurship in higher education. Our first session for the day is a technical session on promoting sustainability and social responsibility in higher education institutions. This session focuses on how institutions can move beyond academics and become responsible contributors to society and the environment. It'll explore how universities can embed sustainability into curricula, research, and campus practices, while also addressing social challenges through inclusive and ethical frameworks. The idea is simple, not just creating graduates, but also responsible citizens. To chair this session, we are privileged to have with us Professor B.R. Kamboj, sir. I kindly request sir to grace the dais. Professor Kamboj is the Vice Chancellor of Chaudhry Charan Singh Haryana Agricultural University, Hisar, and a distinguished agricultural scientist with nearly 3 decades of experience in academia and administration. He has made significant contributions to agronomy and agricultural extension, promoting sustainable farming practices and strengthening the interface between research and real-world application. With an impressive body of scholarly work, including around 300 research publications, he is widely respected for his leadership and commitment to excellence. He is also a recipient of the prestigious M.S. Swaminathan Award. We're truly honored to have you with us, sir. We have with us today 3 distinguished voices who will steer this conversation. Professor Vimala Vai Ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Ma Shakumbari University, Saharanpur, UP. I kindly request ma'am to grace the dais. वो शिक्षा ही क्या जो धरती से रिश्ता ना सिखाए और समाज के लिए जिम्मेदारी ना जगाए. Professor Vimala Vai Ma'am leads with a conviction that academic rigor and social purpose are inseparable. Under her stewardship, the university has built concrete structures for entrepreneurship and translational research, including the Ambika Incubator, firmly aligned with the Viksit Bharat at 2047 vision. Please welcome Professor Vimala Vai Ma'am. Professor C. Muttamil Shelvan, sir, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I kindly request sir to grace the dais. The great Tiruvalluvar wrote in the Tirukkural, Karka Kasadara Karpavai, Katripin Nirka Adarkutaga. Learn what must be learned without flaw, then live by it. Our next speaker has spent a lifetime doing exactly that. Professor C. Muttamil Shelvan, sir, has advanced engineering education through interdisciplinary research and a relentless focus on outcome-based learning. At SRM Institute, he continues to build bridges between academia, industry, and global scholarship. Please welcome Professor Muttamil Shelvan, sir. Professor B.K. Ravi, sir, Vice Chancellor, Bengaluru North University, Karnataka. I kindly request sir to grace the dais. Professor B.K. Ravi, sir, is one of Karnataka's most distinguished institution builders, including collaborations with UNESCO, and a deep commitment to inclusive, quality-driven higher education. Please welcome B.K. Ravi, sir. May I now request Professor B.R. Kamboj, sir, to kindly preside over this session.
Thank you. A very good morning to all. At the outset, I must thank AIU for giving me the opportunity. And on this occasion, Dr. Vinay Pathak, Honorable President of AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, our esteemed speakers, Honorable Vice Chancellors, distinguished delegates, students, participants. It's both an honor and privilege to chair this important session on promoting sustainability and social responsibility in higher education institutions. As we know that higher education institutions have a profound responsibility in shaping a better and more sustainable future. Beyond imparting knowledge, they serve as intellectual and social ecosystems where ideas are nurtured and future leaders are shaped. Universities influence now individual perceive the world, how they respond to challenges, and how they contribute to society. And much has been discussed about this from last 2-3 sessions. By embedding sustainability into the core of institutional functioning, universities can inspire students, faculty, and staff to adopt responsible practices and develop a deep sense of environmental consequence. Simple yet impactful measures such as reducing waste, conserving energy, promoting renewable energy, and encouraging sustainable lifestyles can collectively transform campuses into a model of environmental stewardship. When these practices are integrated into curricula, research, and campus life, they help students connect theoretical learning with real-world challenges and empower them to become agents of change. The relevance of today's theme cannot be overstated. The world today is confronted with unprecedented challenges, including climate change. And it cannot be addressed by a single institute or a system. Rather, it's important because in 60s, we were having the food production to the tune of 50 million tons. Today, we have just are in a position to produce more than 357 million tons. And if you need down the lines, we need much more. And it has seriously impacted our natural resources, be water, be environment. And that's why now we need not only to produce food, rather we need to maintain the nutritional security also. And for that purpose, it's not possible to work in silos, and sustainability is much more important. So we have to integrate, we have to collaborate across institutions, across systems. And when we see the holistic development, then definitely such challenges can only be addressed by integrating different systems. Likewise, if I talk about the resource depletions, biodiversity loss, widening social inequalities, and economic uncertainties, these issues are complex and interconnected, requiring holistic and multidisciplinary approaches. In such a scenario, the role of universities becomes even more critical. We must not only generate knowledge, but also ensure the knowledge translates into practical solutions that benefit society, protect the environment. India's policy framework provides strong direction in our NEP 2020 regarding Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, which emphasizes innovation, self-reliance, and the development of locally relevant solutions. As leaders in higher education, it is our responsibility to align institutional goals with these national priorities and translate policy vision into meaningful action. Sustainability in higher education institutions must begin within the campus itself. Our universities should evolve into living laboratories where sustainable practices are not only demonstrated but experienced daily. Initiatives such as adoption of renewable energy, efficient water management, waste reduction, and recycling, green infrastructure development, and biodiversity conservation must become integral part to campus planning and operations. A green campus is not merely an infrastructure achievement, but a powerful educational tool that shapes attitudes and behaviors. When students learn in such environment, sustainability becomes a live reality rather than a distant concept. These practices also set an example for society, reinforcing the idea that sustainable living is both achievable and essential. Equally important is the dimension of social responsibility. Universities must extend their influence beyond academic boundaries and actively engage with the communities they serve. This includes ensuring that education is inclusive, equitable, and accessible to all sections of society. It also involves leveraging knowledge, research, and innovation to address pressing social challenges such as poverty, inequality, health disparities, and rural development. Through outreach programs, extension activities, community partnerships, and volunteer initiatives, universities can create meaningful and lasting impact. Such an engagement fosters empathy, civic responsibility, and a deeper understanding of societal needs among students, preparing them to become responsible and compassionate citizens. Institutions such as Indian Council of Agriculture Research, all agriculture universities have demonstrated how education, research, and extension can directly transform lives, particularly in rural and agricultural communities. Their work in advancing agriculture productivity, promoting sustainable practices, and improving livelihoods serve as an inspiring model of how universities can align their academic pursuits with societal needs. And I must press over here that we in agriculture industry have the teaching, then the research, and then the extension system. And whatsoever we are getting from the research, that's the communities, because we are directly dealing with the communities for which you are working. And when you are working for them, you are really answerable to them. And the feedback which comes from the farmers or our clientele that again come to our research system, we again go for the research, have the solution, and again go back to the farmer. So that's the, you can say, model where we can work, and that can be done only through the integrated approach where we are working. So I think it's our responsibility. And again, innovation and technology are central to advancing sustainability and social responsibility. Universities must foster an ecosystem that encourages creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. By integrating digital technologies, strengthening research infrastructure, and promoting startups and incubation centers, institutions can become hubs of innovation. These efforts not only contribute to economic growth, but also address societal challenges through innovative solutions. Our goal should be to nurture graduates who are not merely job seekers, but job creators, innovators, and socially responsible individuals committed to greater good. At the same time, we must acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead: limited financial and infrastructure resources, lack of awareness, institutional inertia, resistance to change can hinder progress. Addressing these challenges require visionary leadership, strong institutional commitment, and collaborative efforts across academia, industry, and government. It also requires a cultural shift within institutions where sustainability and social responsibility are not seen as additional responsibility but as integral to mission and identity of higher education institutes. In this context, today's session assumes greater significance. We are privileged to have with us three distinguished speakers, Honorable Vice Chancellors, who bring with them rich experience, diverse perspectives, and deep insights. Their contribution will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and guide us towards actionable strategies. I encourage all participants to actively engage in this discussion, share their perspectives, and contribute to shaping a collective vision for the future of higher education in India. As we deliberate on these important issues, let's remember a simple yet powerful idea. The university of the future will be a green campus, a socially engaged institution, and an innovation hub working in harmony to build a sustainable and self-reliant India. Let's commit ourselves to this vision and work collectively to translate into reality. With these words, I formally open this session and invite our first speaker, Professor Vimla Y, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mass Sakumbari University, Sahanpur, UP.
Yes or yes?
ऐसे हो सकते हैं ऐसे हो सकते हैं
A very good morning to all in one. Well, no more a morning. Half the day is gone. Ma Sharade and Ma Shakambari ko naman. And Professor B.R. Kamboj, Honorable Chair of this session. My eminent co-speakers, Honorable Chairperson of AIU, Professor Vinay Pathak, General Secretary, Professor Pankaj Mittalji, the Chancellor of this university, host university, Dr. P.D. Patilji, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.D. Pawarji, the esteemed academic audience, the delegates, and the whole August gathering. This is a proud privilege given to me by AIU to address this distinguished assembly of academicians on a theme of exceptional contemporary relevance and enduring significance, promoting sustainability and social responsibility in higher educational institutions. I extend a sincere gratitude to the AIU for convening this historic 100th annual meet and to the host institution for its gracious hospitality and impeccable organization of this august academic congregation. As we have assembled here at a pivotal juncture in our nation's developmental journey under the visionary and forward-looking theme, shaping self-reliant Bharat through knowledge and innovation. So this theme not only reflects the aspirations of a rapidly transforming India, but also underscores the indispensable role of higher education institutions in realizing the collective vision of an inclusive, resilient, and self-reliant Bharat. And it is rightly said that in the contemporary global landscape, universities are no longer mere centers of knowledge transmission. They are dynamic engines of transformation, innovation, and societal progress. The expectations from higher education institutions have expanded manyfold, and they are now called upon to address complex global challenges, foster sustainable development, and nurture ethically responsible citizens. As India is rising, the demands of a knowledge-driven, future-ready institutions has come up. So knowledge-driven, well, we think that through the curricula, we are creating knowledge, or the way the whole world is rushing to artificial intelligence or technology-driven conditions, that is all that would be knowledge-driven and where we want to lead to. But I think more has to be added to it. The humane culture should not go away. So along with techno-nationalism, there is something very ethically important which has to grow through the socially responsible institutions. They have to be future ready because today's so-called Gen Z is very enthusiastic, full of energy. They need everything new and at a click of a finger. They just want everything very fast. So they have to be given this task to make things faster. It is not we to create anything for them at every moment they need from us. No, it is not the need. They have to fulfill their desires by creating it. So that innovation has to evolve from them. So this is what I have tried to highlight here. So role of institutions in shaping Atmanirbhar Bharat through talent and ideas is there. But then why we are talking about sustainability? How does it matter now? So if we look back in 2015, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals were accepted by so many countries. India is one of them. They were adopted for the 2030 agenda of bringing peace and prosperity for people and the planet. The major focus has been sustainability amidst challenges of attaining the goals and the intricate connection between environmental, social, and economic aspects of sustainable development, which have been challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by unstable world due to war in West Asia now. So this sustainability therefore matters in its truest sense, transcends environmental preservation, embodies a holistic paradigm integrating ecological integrity, economic sustainability, and social equity. It demands a systemic, and integrated approach, wherein universities embed sustainable practices across all dimensions of their functioning, academic frameworks, research agendas, institutional governance, infrastructure, and community engagement. Here, I would like to say that every university has a different structure. Infrastructure may be very high or low, whatever it is, but their goals should be according to the needs where they are. For example, the tribal university has a goal to set in the tribals into the mainstream. Similarly, all the other state universities or private universities, they have all their own set agendas, which are for the society where they are, which they are representing to cater to. So our central and state government have introduced various schemes for students, farmers, MSMEs, industries, young entrepreneurs, and underprivileged sections of the society to promote a harmonious, interconnected, and sustainable milieu. Now, these global challenges and local responsibilities shape up a university in a sense that they have to shape the future of the students. The students have to be made aware of climate change and environmental stress. So we have made an eco-conscious university culture. So that consciousness means if they are throwing away a piece of paper anywhere, though it is biodegradable, one can say, but no, there is a specific space and place for everything. We have to reduce all trash to something usable, either by the soil, by the worms or insects we want to nurture, or for the air, anywhere, whatever we are discarding should have a purpose so that it is recycled well. And our university is having the pleasure of becoming a zero waste university. The social inequalities have to be covered and given access to all the persons. That belongingness will emerge only when everybody is given a responsibility to contribute to the university, and the university should give them another responsibility to contribute to the society, because all these students are given internships. That is a compulsory part of the curriculum where they have to learn, they have to survey the society and find out the problems and the solutions, how they can help them. And there is always a pitching idea through Ambika Incubator we have developed, where they come up with some ideas, they are mentored, and some startups have already started working, though the university is just 4 years old. But this kind of practice is being done in a normal state university. And every time we need to align with the sustainable development goals also. Then only we can lead to economic resilience after whatever disruption has come up. So equally vital is the imperative and social responsibility, which constitutes the ethical backbone of higher education. And universities must constitute must not remain insular. Rather, they must actively engage with society, responding to its needs and contribute meaningfully to inclusive and equitable development. Through outreach programs, extension activities, skill development initiatives, and community partnerships, higher education institutions like our institution, they are serving as catalyst of social transformation. Thanks to the Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh, she has given a visionary leadership to the whole state, inspiring all the state universities to mentor the associated villages, realize the issues of different sections of the society, and take active part in resolving them. So basically, a great university uplifts the society, not just the students. So students only a component of the society. Once we are trying to mentor them, we are trying to uplift the whole society. So while playing a central role in fostering indigenous knowledge systems, promoting research and innovation, and strengthening the nation's human capital, we are effectively trying to advance the agenda of sustainability and social responsibility. It is imperative that we collectively undertake the following strategic initiatives. So not only develop curricula, but also add up the talents of different students into that. That is through ethical values in all the disciplines we have to create. In the morning, Dr. Sahasrabuddhe also mentioned a lot about how we are so Indian in our culture that whenever the foreigners would come, they can realize that spirit of oneness. Although slowly we are losing that, so instead of losing it completely, we have to go back and sustain our very culture. We have to encourage research that addresses real-world environmental, social, and developmental challenges, strengthen academia, industry, community linkages to ensure relevance and impact. So whenever we say industry-academia partnerships, that is very incomplete. That means we are really not dealing with the problems of our society, which is in large, it is rural. So those community linkages have to be there. Then we have to develop campuses as living laboratories of sustainable practices. We have to promote inclusivity, equity, and diversity within the higher education ecosystem. And we have to foster a culture of innovation, critical thinking, and responsibility. Responsibility in leadership among the students. Because the students are tomorrow's leaders. So they have to know how that leadership would mean for the whole nation. Well, I do not want to address this particular issue at length because everybody knows what do the students think when they become leaders of small groups which have no relevance. So they have to be taught like NCC, NSS, Scouts and Guides, Rovers and Rangers. What does it really mean to be a leader? So that is how our spirit of oneness, nationality would increase. So that has to, unfortunately, there is only a small number of students which can be given this training. 1 unit, 2 unit, not many. In that case, the rest of the students, they are just shed apart from the mainstream. So somehow we have to find out a way so that most of the students get engaged in these activities to learn the value of discipline, value of helping, and so many other things that they learn. Then at Masha Kumbari University, we are steadfast in our commitment to align our academic and institutional vision with the principles of sustainable development. We endeavor to inculcate environmental stewardship among our students, promote interdisciplinary and solution-oriented research addressing pressing sustainability challenges, entrepreneurship, and innovation ecosystem. We want to implement eco-conscious campus practices that reflect our responsibility towards future generation. So it is all based on values in the holistic type of education. The decisions we take, the policies we frame, and the priorities we set today will determine the trajectory of our institutions and indeed the future of our nation. It is therefore incumbent upon us to act with foresight, commitment, and a deep sense of responsibility, looking up to re-establish Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Sahanavavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahe. Because our university's logo is also Tejasvina Tamastu, and we can add Ma Vidvishavahe. So our university's logo comes from the same shloka, and the world should crown our country as Vishwaguru, not that we speak that we are Vishwagurus. It is others to claim that we are. And I'm confident that the deliberations during this session will yield rich insights, foster meaningful collaborations, and pave the way for actionable strategies that will further strengthen our collective resolve to build a sustainable and socially responsible higher education ecosystem. And let us move forward with renewed determination to transform our universities into beacons of sustainability, centers of social responsibility, and engines of national development. So towards Vikasit Bharat, when we are moving, these are just a few things that we have to remember if we are just developing our curricula. AI should be a part of it for sure, because they have to know the crisis it will create if we do not know, the cyber insecurity that it will create if we do not know. So tomorrow's world is not free of AI and deep tech. So knowledge is becoming a tool for our wisdom to evolve. That is where every university has to work on. Thank you very much for including me in this session, for presenting my ideas of social responsibility by the university to be taken up. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the chairman for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. you for insightful presentation. I request Professor C. Mukherjee Selvin, Honorable Vice Chancellor of SRM Institute of Science and Technology. I request the speaker if you can finish within 7-8 minutes so that we can save some time for discussion.
Right. President of AIU, General Secretary, other officers of AIU, the chairman of this panel and my co-panelists, Honorable Vice Chancellors and students, very good afternoon to all of you. Sustainability is a heavy topic, but let me make it very light since the chairman wanted me to complete within 6 to 7 minutes. Now, we have been talking about sustainability for quite long. And if you ask every institution, they'll say, yes, we are doing that, we are doing this. But what is the impact? That's much more important than we simply talk about those things. Now, is this a new way of looking at sustainability? What is that we have been doing in the earlier years? Let us look at the history. If you look at our history, how about our ancestors? They were managing the resources and also they have built communities. How did they do? How did they sustain? That's because the lesson we could get from them is they were living with their means and they were always looking for to support the neighbors. And that is the deep Indian way of being. And that is our DNA. And therefore, today we are trying to simply finding new institutional ways to honor the old wisdom. Of course, the challenges are very high. 3.6 billion people globally are highly vulnerable to climate change. Over 1 million species face extinction, and during our lifetime, many will extinct. In India, air pollution contributes to over 1.6 million deaths annually, while water demand is projected to exceed supply by 50% within this decade. And likewise, there is going to be a shortage of energy. Now, we cannot think that these are distinct risks, they are immediate realities. And therefore, our focus should be on water scarcity, energy insecurity, air pollution, biodiversity loss, and increasing socio-economic inequalities. And therefore, urgent and collective action is required. Now, we have what is called as the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The important finding of the committee is that the window to secure a livable and a sustainable future for all is rapidly closing. So alarm bell has already rung. Now, what in India? We wanted to become a net zero nation by 2070. And we wanted to have 50% of our energy produced through renewables by 2030. Now, these are not government targets. These are all the boundary conditions for the world our students will inhibit. Let us look at how we progress in terms of UN Sustainable Development Goals. I think we are really doing well in terms of green energy or the clean energy and also the infrastructure. But there's a long way to go in the quality of education and the climate action. So these two are very, very important and we need to have a push on that. Okay, what is the advantage that we have? Today, 65% of our population are in the range of, below 35 years old. And that is the youth dividend, and that is the youth energy, that's the youth power that we have. And it is for them to adopt these things we generate tons of wastage and also use significant water resources. That means we are part of the problem. But we also have an advantage. Educational institutions are the only place in the world where you have the knowledge, where you have the youth energy, and where you can have the policy, and all these things can be clubbed together to create a solution for the problem. There is no other place in the world. So education institutions play an important role in promoting sustainability. The National Education Policy 2020, it always says that we should go in for multidisciplinary education. Still programs are working in silos. However, the effort that we take, the change is not happening that rapid as we expect today. Because once you go in for multidisciplinary education, then we will have the roots, the values and the well-being will be inculcated in the curriculum. And therefore, we don't want technically brilliant students. We want both technically brilliant and socially relevant students. If you are not producing socially relevant students, then it's a failure of our system. So how do you go? I think there are three important points. Let me make a brief of that. The chairman has also mentioned and the other panelists. One is our campuses should be the living labs. If I'm not wrong, one thing that goes very well in academic institutions is the examination. Can you bring in some change in the examination? Why not you expose all these students or majority of them in different domains in the campus? Because we are a small city. Let them work on some statements, float a problem statement. Let team of students work on those problem statements. If they are doing well, they come out with a good solution, why don't you give them some credit instead of regularly sitting in the class? I think that should be an encouragement. Rather than asking the students to sit in the class, let them explore what is happening in the campus in terms of all the requirements. So they will come to know what is the amount of power we are consuming, how to save that power, how to reduce the power, how to reduce the water usage, how to reuse the water. So they will have first-hand information, and that is the experiential learning that one can get in the campus. So we should convert that as living campus, not simply saying a living campus. Push most of the students to work on these ideas. Give them some credit, maybe 1 credit or 2 credit in view of some elective course or whatever. That's the first thing. The second one is the curriculum and research. Again, if you say curriculum, build all these things in the curriculum, the teacher will teach for namesake, the student will prepare himself for passing in the examination. What is the final outcome? It is not going to be there. So please ensure that the work that they do in these areas should be converted into some meaningful impact. Not necessarily publications, but they should go beyond that to your product. Say, for example, if a filter can be developed if a water filter can be developed in some department or with a group of students, then that can be something that's unique. The third is the anchor institutions. You should go beyond the institution. There are a lot of villages and then the rural areas in and around many of the institutions. Why not we ask the students to reach out to them, find out what are the challenges that they face, come out with solutions. If they come out with solutions, if they can solve the problem for the rural villages, then that is the real way of learning, and we should transfer some credit for those students. We have been doing a lot of things at SRM. I don't want to highlight all those things, but as vice chancellors, we are the stewards of institutions that will shape Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, what is this self-reliance? It is not economic independence. It is not the way in which we manufacture the goods on our own. It is something beyond. So that something beyond is nothing but the ability to sustain ourselves without destroying our environment. So if we can do that, that is the real Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliance. So in the process, it's about building a society where progress does not leave the vulnerable behind. As vice chancellors, we have a unique kind of power. We cannot say that we don't have any authority and all. We have unique power. What is that unique power? We cannot change the laws of the land, but we can change the culture of our institution. I want to propose 3 simple collective commitments we can all take back to our respective offices tomorrow. Number 1, let us empower our students to lead a sustainability cell. No faculty should be there. They should lead. Give them full authority. Let them work on all these challenges. They will definitely come out with some remarkable solutions for all those challenges. That's number 1. Number 2, for each and every department in the university, give them some task. They should identify a social problem, work on those problems, come out with a solution, and then you can reward that department in whatever way that we want. That's the second thing. The third one is we need to be very transparent. It is not that we are doing a good job in terms of sustainability. Let us know what is the value that we have today. Let us make it transparent. Let others know. Then only we'll be in a position to, unless we get measured, it will not be done. In closing, I want to think about the 2047, the centenary of our independence. The students who are walking through our gates today, the 19 and 20-year-olds, will be the leaders, the parents, and the decision makers of that India. They will not remember the speeches we gave or the certificates we signed. They will remember the values we practiced. If we can show them through our actions that leadership is about responsibility and that growth is only meaningful if it is sustainable. So I can also give you 5 M's. One is the measure. We should know what exactly the value that's available today in terms of carbon, water, waste, inclusion, whatever you want. Mainstream, embed sustainability in the mainstream. Don't conduct regular examination. Give them some sort of practical orientation so that they can submit some project or give them product or whatever. Multiply, reach out to communities, mentor. The senior faculty should be only mentors because the energy of the young mind meets the judgment of the experienced. They should not actively play a role in the sustainability administration. Finally, model. Run our houses first. No campus that cannot manage its waste has the moral authority to lecture a country. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a very inspiring talk. And now, without losing much time, I would request Professor Kiran next to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Greetings from Bangalore North University. It's an honor to be part of the 100th annual general body meeting of the Association of Indian Universities. We are very happy that this is being conducted in the sacred land of Maharashtra, the land of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Ji, the land of Pule and Savitri Pule Ji, and the land of Baba Saheb Ambedkar, who gave the great constitution to this country. So we are very honored to be with all of you. Today, I'll be speaking on promoting sustainability and social responsibility in higher education institutions, not as an abstract ideal, but as a strategic imperative. We are moving from climate commitments to accountability and from institutional tradition to planetary purpose. The highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence, said Rabindranath Tagore. This presentation is structured around 3 strategic pillars. First, the institutional stewardship, which means how universities operate and take responsibility. Second one is the research and innovation for impact, how knowledge translates into real world solutions. The third one is pedagogy and social responsibility, how we shape our future citizens. Together, these pillars define how sustainability becomes the core identity of higher education institutions. From governance to classrooms, sustainability must become the core identity of higher education institutions. The mandate for change. Why now? We are at a defining moment. Globally, over 1,200 universities have made climate commitments, but only about 30% have actionable roadmaps. The science is unequivocal. Carbon dioxide levels have crossed 420 ppm, and the IPCC indicates that the 1.5 degree threshold may have breached between 2030 to 2035. Within our current planning horizon, higher education institutions are not peripheral actors. We influence over 250 million students and control more than $2 trillion in assets. So the question is no longer whether we act, but how quickly and how decisively we do so. Which basically the change, meaning the future we fear, is being shaped by the decisions we take right now. And the global policy frameworks and normative architecture. Universities today operate within a strong global policy architecture. The UN Sustainable Development Goals position us at the center of SDG 4 and SDG 13. The UNESCO Education for Sustainable Development 2030 framework demands whole institution transformation. Initiatives like Race to Zero are pushing universities toward measurable climate commitments. In essence, sustainability is no longer optional. It is globally mandated, monitored, and benchmarked. UNESCO's Open Science Recommendation mandates open access to sustainability knowledge systems, democratizing data across borders. So whenever we talk of global policy frameworks and normative architecture, we have to look into UN SDG assignment, UNESCO ESD for 2030, Race to Zero, and Resilience. The strategic pillar, the institutional stewardship, decarbonization of our campus operations. Let me begin with the institutional stewardship. Our campuses are not passive, they contribute significantly to emissions. Therefore, decarbonization must begin with measuring scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. A new challenge is emerging. Artificial intelligence infrastructure, data centers already consume up to 2% of global electricity. Forward-looking universities are adopting renewable powered systems and energy efficient technologies. Stewardship today means operating responsibly while anticipating future risks. Because the artificial intelligence challenge in 2026, the rapid expansion, as I've already told you, is an alarming situation where 2% of global electricity is consumed by the AI and data centers, which is a very important factor where we may have to very seriously think about. Forward-looking institutions are shifting towards liquid cooling systems and renewable powered microgrids to offset this growing footprint. If we just look into the case insight of University of Tasmania, which is in Australia, the University of Tasmania offers a powerful example. It has achieved global leadership by integrating sustainability across teaching, research, operations, and community engagement. What is important here is the whole institution model. Sustainability is not a department. It's a philosophy embedded across systems. This is the direction institutions must move toward, from isolated initiatives to integrated transformation. The University of Tasmania exemplifies a whole institution model where sustainability is embedded across curriculum, research, governance, and community engagement, positioning higher education as a driver of global climate and social responsibility. I think the example of University of Tasmania, which is in the country of Australia, I think we may have to very seriously look into some of these models. Basically, we are also facing quite a lot of issues of that kind. So I think this example may be a very important factor. Sustainable finance transformation. Institution stewardship is incomplete without aligning the financial engine of the university to its sustainability mission. Endowment management, capital allocation, and internal pricing mechanisms are now strategic levelers, not just administrative functions. True stewardship also requires financial alignment. Universities must move investments toward ESG compliant portfolios and green bonds. Internal carbon pricing between $50 to $100 per ton can drive behavioral change. Every budget decision must reflect sustainability priorities. In the coming decade, institutions that align finance with mission will demonstrate stronger resilience, credibility, and global standing. Universities that integrate sustainability into financial governance consistently outperform peers in rankings, donor engagement, and long-term institutional resilience. Strategic pillar 2, research and innovation. Basically, redefining research excellence. The second, we are witnessing a shift from citation-based metrics to impact-based metrics. Basically, research aligned with SDGs not only has higher citation impact, but also greater societal relevance. Equally important is open science, democratizing access to knowledge across regions. Collaborations, not competition, will define research leadership in this era. We can see the living labs models. Campus as real-world experimental ecosystem. I think many of my colleagues were referring to the campuses being used as the living labs, how exposure needs to be given. I think in the morning also when our Honorable Sahasrabudde made a very important statement where I think he explained the importance of introducing some of these practical issues where only theoretical will create a lot of ambiguous situations, especially in the lifestyle of a student. One of the most transformative ideas is the living lab. The campus itself becomes a real-world laboratory, testing energy systems, waste management, and biodiversity solutions. Students and researchers work on real problems in real life. This shifts universities from knowledge producers to solution incubators, a critical transition for relevance in the 21st century. See here, the most transformative shift in university research is university research strategy is repositioning the campus itself as a living laboratory. I think a dynamic, real-world testbed where sustainability solutions are prototyped, validated, and scaled. This moves institutions decisively from knowledge producers to solution incubators. So we can also look into the smart energy systems, circular waste economies, urban farming, and biodiversity. Strategic pillar 3, pedagogy and social responsibility. Sustainability cannot be standalone elective. It must be woven into the DNA of every discipline, from the engineering studio to the management school to the humanities faculty. The question is no longer whether to embed sustainability, but how deeply and how fast. So sustainability without equity is incomplete. Universities must expand access, especially for first generation learners, and bridge global knowledge divides. As anchor institutions, universities have a responsibility to lead regional development, disaster preparedness, and climate resilience. We must move from internationalization metrics to meaningful global engagement. Here, you could see the discipline specific integration can be engineering, green infrastructure and low carbon design, management, ESG leadership and stakeholder governance, humanities, ethics, equity and climate justice, UNESCO core competencies, systems thinking, anticipatory thinking, normative competency, strategic action. Now let us look into the social responsibility, equity, inclusion, and anchor institution role. Global rankings are evolving rapidly. Frameworks like the impact rankings, QS sustainability rankings, and ICA stars have prioritized measurable sustainability outcomes. This marks a shift from reputation to accountability. Institutions that demonstrate genuine performance, not symbolic reporting, will lead in reputation, partnerships, and funding. Benchmarking and global rankings, the new accountability standard. I think you have the framework. In 2026, you have a lot of focus areas, SDG alignment, you have data quality, environmental impact, the strategic implication, and rankings are shifting from reputation, measurable impact. Institutions that invest in genuine sustainability performance, not merely reporting optics, will gain decisive competitive advantage in student recruitment, partnerships, and funding. And governance and leadership transformation. Sustainability transformation requires leadership structures. A chief sustainability officer is being essential. Boards must actively oversee ESG commitments. Strategic plans must integrate sustainability KPIs alongside financial goals. Without governance, sustainability remains aspiration, never execution. So governance and leadership transformation also is very, very important. And integrated reporting, the financial, environmental, and social, what integrating reporting combines: financial performance, environmental impact, social outcomes, and we have to align with global standards, global reporting initiative, integrated reporting framework. Together, these frameworks transform annual reports from compliance exercises into powerful tools for institutional leadership and public trust. So transparency is critical. Universities must adopt integrated reporting, combining financial, environmental, and social performance. Frameworks like GRI and integrated reporting help institutions build credibility. This transforms reporting from compliance to strategic communication and trust building. And what is the roadmap for vice chancellors? To translate vision into action, I propose 5 steps. One is to the audit, align, incentivize, partner, and scale. To translate these visions, I think these 5 steps will be very beneficial. Audit your current position, align sustainability with institution strategy, incentivize innovation and performance, partner with external stakeholders, scale successful models. This provides a practical pathway from intent to impact. And what should be the future university model? 2035 vision, living laboratories for planetary survival. By 2035, the universities that lead will be unrecognizable from their 2015 counterparts. They will not merely teach about sustainability, they will embody and generate it at every level of institutional life. Basically, you have the net zero campuses, fully interdisciplinary education, AI-enabled sustainability management, global, local hybrid engagement. So looking ahead to 2035, universities will function as living laboratories for planetary survival. They will be net zero, AI-enabled, interdisciplinary, and globally connected. The university will no longer prepare students for the world. It will actively reinvent the world. The university will no longer prepare students for the world. It will actively reinvent the world. And the invitation to lead. The university of the future is not a place where students prepare for the world. It is where the world is reinvented. the invitation to lead. This is ultimately a call to leadership. The science is clear. The frameworks exist. What remains is institutional will. 2026 is not a deadline. It is a departure point. Future generations will judge us not by rankings, but by whether we acted when it mattered most. So these are some of the very important points which I have made. It's about the leading all our education institutions for the next generation. So the moment, the mission, the legacy, all these factors, we may have to be very, very careful as academic leaders, especially India is a country where you have, it is multi-religious, multicultural, we have a lot of multilingual, where it's such a excellent country where you have excellent human resource. More than 65% of the population are youth. So it is the responsibility of the academic leaders. I believe that as all the vice chancellors, as the academicians, if we take the next generation forward, definitely I think all of us can join hands together to build strong India. Otherwise, if the teachers of this country, starting from a LKG teacher to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, if we do not prove, if we don't work hard, I think it's a high time we may have to be very, very careful, because the scientific temperament, the social realities, and apart from technology, needs to be embedded with the younger generation. And we also have to look into what is called the social responsibility and the morality in education, and quite a lot of things. Apart from the technology, all these values are very, very important. And that is the responsibility of all the academic leaders, all the honorable vice chancellors, to sit and have a serious discussion to carve the future. Even our new education policy has given us quite a lot of dimensions. But in view of all these things, all of us should, in a platform of this kind, should sit and seriously discuss how to prepare the next generation. If we fail, I think we will have quite a lot of issues to face in the coming days. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I thank the office bearers of AIU and all my colleagues, all the honorable vice chancellors from different parts of the country. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. Namaste.
Thank you, Professor Sridharan. Insights. Now the house is open for discussion and of the valuable inputs, suggestions, and anything. Can I speak for a minute? Yeah, please. I'm Professor Pawar, the Vice Chancellor of the DY Faculty. I came to speak to this section related to the sustainability of social resources. I appreciate all the talks that are given by the two speakers. There are two aspects which I would like to highlight. And since our chairman of the session is from Agricultural University, I would like to start with the lab. The headings of the lab. Frankly speaking, they have grossly violated scientific principles. And that is the reason things are going out of order. And now we are searching. We have simply seen one example, land. How to use land is a big challenge. And there is scientific principle which they have crossed to violate, which takes into consideration land capability index. If we do not actually use this particular principle, it would be that we are spoiling land. For example, look at the urbanization. What is happening? All productive land is being converted into urbanization. We have to think. As for the land capability index, we are not supposed to touch that land to find out such piece of land is less common. And therefore, we can use that. That's number one. Number two, we have gross pollution of the rivers. And the Professor Muthame brought out traditional wisdom. What is the traditional wisdom about the water? We call Ganga water the sacred. What? There is a song scale, but if you have to, I would like to repeat.
Apo Hishta, Noyo Ghoshka, Anjit, Mahira. We call Ganga. What is Ganga? There's a meaning of the Ganga. Ganga is the life giving system. Jivan Vartuni. Who coined this particular term? All the ancestors. Do we follow? Do we pursue? Do we consider Ganga what we today understand? Because we are spoiled. Why we are spoiled? We have grossly violated the scientific principle. What is the scientific principle that they have heard of? You can release the waste into the river in proportion to the base flow. If the base flow is 10 meter cube per second, 1 meter cube you can release. If it is 100 meter cube per second, you can release 10. So 10% waste you could release, then the river has the self-purification capacity, can absorb that. Same as how we can eat. Same thing has to do with nature, and they have to grossly way of vomiting that. Now, question comes to social responsibility. What is social responsibility? Because air we are spoiled, water we are spoiled, land we are spoiled, all the resources we are spoiled. It's because they have violated these principles. Now, what is our social responsibility? Our social responsibility is to look at again our tradition. What we inherited from our ancestors, our parents. What was the status that time in our childhood? No river was polluted, no stream was polluted, no land was spoiled, not air was spoiled. Today, this particular resources they are spoiled, and therefore there is a social obligation on us, which is a social responsibility. What is social obligation on us? Let us try to keep the resources of the planet intact. What we have inherited as a treasure from our ancestors, we have social obligation that without spoiling them, without altering them, we are passing on to the next generation. And therefore, we have to see to it that all vice chancellors are here. We have to have collective wisdom. How we can do about it? We are searching for solutions, technological solutions. Again, we have certain issues. We have to simply say that let us follow the traditional principle. That will help us improve the situation. Thou shalt not pollute the water. Thou shalt not pollute the air. Thou shalt use the land in accordance with the land capability index. If we follow these principles, I think our social responsibility, which is social obligation, I just thought that I will explain the thoughts. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm
I like to also contribute. I'm the Vice Chancellor of MGM University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Professor. I congratulate all the speakers as the chairman, particularly DK Ravi sir, very systematically and inclusive aspect of sustainability. It's not only the resources related to environment, water, energy, food, but also related to all infrastructure, including IT infrastructure, financial infrastructure, human resources. What is important is not only sustainability will only protect the environment, but we should plan for contributing the consumption of resources. What we have done in the span of only certain lifespan of student in the campus or in the environment, what should be our plan to contribute the consumption of the resources in terms of carbon footprint, in terms of water footprint, and in terms of energy footprint? If we say it is calculated that 75 years lifespan, 75 years, 72 crore times breathing, so much carbon dioxide, 49 nice liter water, consumption and production, and 2000 calories per day per person consumption and production. So what is our contribution to contribute the consumption of resources if the lifespan of something like 700 plants or 2700 plants to be planted? For the purpose, there is a photograph. No one has spoken or nobody knows the photograph of Sri Vedanand Maharaj, who has maybe 110 years before, maybe Patil Chaimani is follower of Sri Vedanand Maharaj from Shikha. where it is mentioned that the food security, that nothing should be wasted. I mean, Maharashtra demonstrated for food, for energy, for water. And hence, utmost discipline and service is the measure for contribution for the sustainability. And I'm sure that we should have a plan. Like Jal Shakti mission was there in the university. Every university should have audit for water audit and Jal Shakti as well as energy. Everything should be recycled, whether it is water recycling, paper recycling, e-waste recycling, energy production, and we practice at MGM University maybe zero vehicle day or cycle day, khali day, which will integrate the life. Life for environment is a very good project that government of India has given to the whole world. So we should contribute to make it successful. Thank you.
Hello, this is Professor Gopal Joshi, Vice Chancellor of MIT, Vishwaprayag University. Sustainability does not have solution at individual level. It requires a community approach. In that sense, this particular theme has unifying potential. So my request to AIU is, instead of having sustainability as one of the several topics and themes for conferences, it is time for AIU to recognize this as an important theme and have an annual congress on sustainability, focusing on sustainability. That's how I think, we should take it forward, is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. One last question. Thank you. We have to save the time. Thank you. Because it's a question of optimizing the resource. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Indraman Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Vishwaprayag University, Maharashtra. In fact, this session was very, very interesting, and I appreciate all the speakers and chairmen. But I just want to mention that agriculture education, agriculture health education, which is not discussed often here, is very, very important. It has a very good model. We have 74 agricultural universities, with central and regarding digital agriculture research, education, and extension system, NICE, and more than 25,000 working on this, and we are sustaining, future food production from 20 million ton food and the detail is in 1950. We are 400 million ton, and from 50 million ton food, we are producing 60 million ton food, and that's our sustainability. So already we have changed the system. When we became free, we were 40 crore people, and now we are 140 crore people. We were starving at that time, and we are now even ready to supply to any country. And our Prime Minister says that if required, we can feed the world. So the agriculture education system is wonderful example of sustainability. So my request is that certain aspects are necessary in all areas. Like we are struggling to say that agriculture education from in the school level should be made mandatory. At least one course, because agriculture is directly related to sustainability. So this is one thing we need to do, and many models of agriculture universities have already demonstrated those should be accepted in the university system. And then the very good point was from Dr. Kawarsa that land capability index and all those. But I think whenever I travel in Maharashtra, institutions themselves have harmed the many ecological systems. Somewhere something should come. Preaching and demonstration, that those are two things. So we have to see that very serious concern. This is that land must be saved the way it is. This is not monetary, but it should not be exploited. Thank you very much. Thank you, and let me conclude now.
Mr. Chairman.
Last question, please.
Shall I?
1 second.
See, I just wanted to inform that when it comes to the campus sustainability, how many of the universities have calculated the carbon footprint of their campus? See, we have developed an app also. There is a solution for that. It can be made in a more systematic way. We can't change anything that has already happened, but we can proceed ahead to change something. We can make the campus energy that is carbon footprint zero. Any universities who are interested, please contact me. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sir, you can also cover up what because we are talking about the social responsibility, connecting it with the higher education. The tribal development, when it is looked through the lens of the national development, it is seen that this tribal community is day in and day out is becoming more and more vulnerable. Therefore, in both these concepts, they are contradicting and confronting. So as a knowledgeable society, and particularly we are talking on behalf of the universities, we ourselves are very much a part of a knowledgeable society. The life of these tribals is very much depending upon Jal, Jungle, Jameen and the Jivan. This is on one side. As far as the national development is concerned, because their habitation is over these natural resources, beneath these natural resources, there is a huge source. Unless this huge source is exploited and used for the national development, the others development is jeopardized. How, as a representative of a knowledgeable society, look at it and how it is to be remedied by way of exploring the knowledge. If you could reflect on it, because I am from Maharashtra and everybody almost has referred to Savitribai Phule, then Dr. Ambedkar, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, but they were very concerned about this. And if we are not taking forward their thoughts in order to find out the solution to our national life and also to the life of the people, those who live into such a vulnerability, as a knowledgeable society, there would be hardly any contribution for this august gathering. So I would like, Mr. Chairman, sir, to reflect on it. And also, I would request the panelists who can throw some light on this. Both these things, they are the sides of one and the same coin. Although the difference or the distance, it looks very thin, but it is very sea difference between the two.
I don't think because during lunchtime you can discuss all those things, but my duty, because organizers, we are running short of time, and I will quickly just wrap up the session. I must thank all the speakers for their valuable talks, and simultaneously the valuable suggestions again got from this side also. And three things I think the key takeaways. One is integrate, don't isolate. So that's required. Integration is required to address an issue, end-to-end solution is required. That's the first thing. Second, partner with purpose. Definitely, what will be the outcome, and if we are collaborating, cooperating, or what's our purpose, whether it's addressing the goals or it's just addressing the sustainability issues, and for that purpose, again, we have to think. And third, that in our campuses, can we make them the live laboratories? And for that purpose, many suggestions have been given. And I think to have the social responsibility, much has been discussed about that, about our ancestors, our traditional wisdoms. Everybody knows about that. How that they have managed our resources. There was zero waste. They were just concerned about our environments, our resources, and they were having the habit of saving, and that has made the difference in our systems. So I think if we will keep all those things in our mind, it will be a real, you can say, outcome from our systems. And let's think one thing today, that how we can make our campuses sustainable, and for that purpose, be the agriculture university, be the technical university, be the IITs, because in agriculture, lot of scope is there. And if we want to have the sustainable, we want to have the IoTs or the, you can say, artificial intelligence integrating with the agriculture, you can see we can address the rising demand of foods or the nutrition, because this is the biggest market down the lines. So I think be the biosensors, be the optimization of the resources, be the conservation of the resources, we have to think about that. That's everything from my side. Thank you very much for all the panelist speakers as well as the esteemed Honorable Vice Chancellors for your valuable inputs. Thank you very much.
What this session made clear is that sustainability and social responsibility are not add-ons to a university's mission, they are the mission. I would like to thank our respected dignitaries for such an engaging session. We shall now felicitate our esteemed dignitaries. I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil Sir, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, Pune, to felicitate Professor B.R. Kamboj Sir, Vice Chancellor of Chaudhry Charan Singh Haryana Agricultural University, Hisar. I request P.D. Patil Sir to felicitate Professor Vimala Vai Ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Ma Shakumbari University, Saharanpur, UP. I request P.D. Patil Sir to felicitate Professor C. Muttamil Shelvan Sir, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I request P.D. Patil Sir to felicitate Professor B.K. Ravi Sir, Vice Chancellor, Bengaluru North University, Karnataka. request our esteemed dignitaries to remain on stage for a group photograph. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, madam. So we'll start with the next section. Please, go ahead.
We would now like to move on to yet another enticing technical session on promoting entrepreneurship and startups in higher education institutions. India has the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. But how much of that was actually built inside a university? That is the gap this session confronts. Incubators exist on paper at hundreds of institutions. Very few produce real founders. This session moves past the celebratory framing and gets into the mechanics. What infrastructure, what mindset shifts, and what institutional courage it takes to turn a campus into a genuine launchpad for innovation and enterprise. Chairing this session is someone whose biography reads like a masterclass in building progress across institutions, research streams, and the nation. Professor Dr. Gautam Sutradhar Sir, Director, National Institute of Technology, Jamshedpur, Jharkhand. I kindly request Sir to grace the dais. Masters in Foundry Technology from IIT Kharagpur, PhD from BIT Mesra. 5 years in the industry with Hindustan Motors and Indian Railways before committing entirely to academia. When Sir chairs a session on entrepreneurship, he brings not just theory, but the blueprint. We're truly honored to have you with us, sir. Taking this conversation ahead are our prolific dignitaries. Dr. Tessie Thomas Ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Nurul Islam Center for Higher Education, Kumarakoil, Tamil Nadu. I kindly request Ma'am to grace the dais. Widely known as India's missile woman, Dr. Tessie Thomas spent her distinguished career at DRDO, at the forefront of advanced missile system development, work that fundamentally strengthened India's strategic and technological capabilities. She now brings that same precision and national purpose to academic leadership, building institutions that produce globally competent and socially responsible graduates. Please welcome Dr. Tessie Thomas, ma'am. Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi Sir, IAS, retired. Former Chairperson, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, New Delhi. I kindly request Sir to grace the dais. 35 years in the Indian Administrative Service, key roles in both the Government of India and the Punjab cadre. As Chairperson of NCVET, Dr. Kalsi Sir is the architect of the National Credit Framework and the revised National Skills Qualification Framework, reforms that have structurally reconnected Indian academia with the skills ecosystem. Please welcome Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi Sir. Professor Dr. Rajiv Sood Sir, Vice Chancellor, Baba Fareed University of Health Sciences, Fareedkot, Punjab. I kindly request Sir to grace the dais. A distinguished neurosurgeon and medical educator, Professor Rajiv Sood sir has spent his career integrating clinical excellence with academic leadership. As Vice Chancellor of Baba Farid University of Health Sciences, he has driven curriculum reform, strengthened research output, and worked to build a medical education ecosystem grounded in evidence and equity. Please welcome Dr. Rajiv Sood sir. A huge round of applause for our esteemed dignitaries. I now invite Professor Dr. Gautam Sutradhar sir to kindly preside over this session.
Very, very good morning, though it is not morning. And the time for lunch, it is running late. So, again I am telling good morning everyone. Distinguished former Vice Chancellors, Directors, academicians, thought leaders, particularly Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU and VC of CSJM University Kanpur, Professor Pankaj Mittalji, Secretary General of AIU, Dr. P.D. Patel, Chancellor, DPU University, Professor N.J. Power, Vice Chancellor of this university, and young innovators. First of all, I want to greet from the first steel city of India, Jamshedpur. See, I'm really getting privileged and honored to chair this session 3 of this landmark 100th annual meet of the Association of Indian Universities, hosted so gracefully by D.Y. Patel Vidyapith, Pune. I have just thinking that all 5 technical sessions of this 3 days program is interlinked and having lots of importance for the national progress. I have with 3 eminent personalities in this area, and I hope that they will give more light on this particular issue. We are really meeting at a point of extraordinarily national purpose. Viksit Bharat 2047, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Startup India, Make in India, our AI policy, national AI policy, national IPR policy, these are not just a flagship programs. They are a civilizational call to our universities to stop become only places where the knowledge is delivered and become the place where the knowledge is converted into values, economic values, social values, and national strength. I am really happy to be at Pune, particularly in this program. I thought I will tell or not, but I am really forced to tell. One of our ex-student of 1967 to 72 batch, his from RSB Transmission or RSB Global, and his head office is at Pune. Around 17,000 people are working under him. And there are 13 plants in India and 2 plants in US and Canada. He has started only 10 people when he left Steel Authority of India Limited, Velai, and then he joined and started his own entrepreneurship, or you can say small company. See, at that time, entrepreneurship was just an accident or chance. But nowadays, the startup and this entrepreneurship, we are not, it is an accident, but we are making it more planfully. As an institutional head, as Professor told from VCR, that SRM University, yes, vice chancellors and head of the institutes, normally they are changing the culture of the institute. Now, in last 3 years, NIT Jamshedpur has started how to start an ecosystem, particularly startup ecosystem. See, you know that in case of startup, there is a high mortality rate. We have discussed in institutes in many programs, and I can say industry academia is the most game changer in this particular issue. And not only that, startup, there should be an incubation center which they will hand on hand, they will do the thing from the student to make an entrepreneur, and then only they could be a successful entrepreneurs. Now I have 3 experts in this particular field. I request, we are already late, so 10 minutes I am thinking it will be enough, and then from audience I will ask questions, and I hopeful that it will be finished by at least 1:45 to 2. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to invite Dr. Teshi Amash to give more light on this particular domain.
This one. Yeah. Very respected Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, Dr. P.D. Patil, Chancellor DPU, and Dr. Gautam Sutradhar, Director NIT, Jamshedpur, and all the co-speakers, and all the esteemed Vice Chancellors present here. Very good afternoon to all of you. The topic given is on promoting entrepreneurship and startups in higher education institutions within our country. First and the foremost thing, what we need to have the mindset developed for this. So we are all aware that the NEP 2020 gives us few guidelines or steps towards this. Embed entrepreneurship as a core experiential learning process, and then is our turn where the higher education institutions has to be innovators, problem solvers, and the job creators. I think every speaker was mentioning about job creators and not employers or employee. So this part, today as we look at the world, it is automation and AI, the artificial intelligence. So there is going to be a transformation going to happen with the traditional jobs, and we need to generate the next level jobs. The future jobs has to be generated because of every element of the job is going to be with AI, and innovation driven economies need job creators as mentioned. Now how do we implement? We have to take stage-wise implementation. That is, we have to look as startup or entrepreneurship as a laboratory, a research laboratory, starting with mindset development to idea creation, the creativity, to validation of the idea and learn from how it works, taking a feedback of what the idea, build prototype, and prototyping and developing product is the next level. So going through that again, iteration, learning curve comes, and that is a way we can think about having a startup launch or value creation or an enterprise coming out of our effort within the institutions. All is well if fund is available, because this is something the cultural change has to happen, and all the universities, I'm sure, needs the fund for having this stage-wise implementation. Phase 1, I call it as the first year, a 12 months duration for the foundation and problem identification. So here, the activities like design thinking workshops, societal and industry problem mapping, market surveys and user interviews, product usage and pain point analysis. That's again the customer experience, or what the customer needs or what the society needs we need to create. Now again, how do we go about? In a university, we have to identify small innovation groups, starting with our previous session was talking about sustainability, where within the institution has to have a small group led by the students, renewable energy, waste management and sustainability. Similarly, another sector can be from the health, where telemedicine, and today is the world of biomedical engineering, wherein which small sensors can be embedded. Things can be worked out for the health side, telemedicine and health devices. Similarly, the other sector can be from the education, where e-learning tools and robotic generation, robotic for different applications. Similarly, from the field of agriculture, smart farming and agri-drones, or any technology what we can think a technology innovation, small groups can be formed, and then we can guide the students. Then comes, that's the first year of our educational curriculum change, that is what I am suggesting. Then phase 2 is the idea generation and solution development, where the full second year can be used for workshops, technology and feasibility analysis, competitive product study, value-based design, develop solution concept and prototyping tools. These are all and idea pitching which goes through a lot of review committees and feedback. Then we need to think about, by the time the students are in the third year, we need to think about the product development, prototyping and incubation. Again, an innovation lab with tools varying from electronics, mechanical equipment, software, workshop, all is requirement. Structured technical mentoring, that can be interdisciplinary support, because future with all the technologies coming evolving, it is going to be definitely interdisciplinary. An advisory team can be formed with the faculty mentors, industry experts and the student mentors, the senior student mentors. A working prototype with the technical documentation and lot of iterative reports, because things which are doing first of its kind. So small projects can be integrated with all its value of IP filing, market strategy, testing with user groups, user testing and refinement, costing, all is the work for the third year. Then comes the final year, where the university can think about being engines of innovation, venture creation and employability, where the students works or the project work gets reported as their project, wherein which it academic research to productive economic activity, student aspiration, that translating their curiosity into prototypes, research translation where valuable intellectual capital, create structured pathways for labs, from labs and classrooms to incubation, then institutional impact, the strong startup culture enhances the reputation, alumni engagement. Once we start building up a image that institution is able to bring in the startup culture, alumni will return back. Getting alumni also is, as on today, it's difficult for universities, but the impact the institution makes through this startup culture is going to change the whole scenario. So the industry partnership can be there, and institution is a visible contributor to innovation-led development. Now we need to look at university. If we plan from our build up this curriculum change, if it is adopted, definitely university will turn out to be an entrepreneurial university, where the vice chancellors all are here. The vision and leadership come from the top leader, and executive leadership embeds the entrepreneurship in strategy, budgeting, incentives, and performance metrics. As I mentioned, from the first year of the curriculum, we need to adopt this change, challenge-based courses, startup studios, capstone projects, small projects, and experimental learning. Support infrastructure like incubators, IP support, seed funds, and mentor networks is very much required. External partnerships, as I mentioned, the industry can be some investors and government agencies, alumni, or the internship, what we were talking today from our morning speaker was mentioning about this internships available from the Prime Minister's fund. So mentoring and procurement and commercialization, all is possible if we plan it. Then culture and incentives, students and faculty are rewarded for experimentation, interdisciplinary collaboration, and we need, and any project when we are doing first time, like a startup, it's going to be risk taking, and we need to bringing the culture of reducing the fear of failure and encouraging the venture behavior. Now, the higher education institutions we need to look at as startup generators from, I just want give 2-3 examples of the global models to the Indian opportunities. IIT Madras, today if we talk about startups and entrepreneurship activities, the first institution we talk about is IIT Madras, the incubation cell. And there is a reason why it has happened. It's one of India's most successful university or institution-led startup ecosystem supporting deep tech, hardware, AI, and EV startups. Strong research park model exists there with industry, academia co-located. Dedicated incubation, seed funding, and mentorship, and it has impacted more than 300 plus, and today if you take the number, it's more than 500 plus startups incubated. So it's the physical proximity of the laboratories or research laboratories and industries existing, but with the support of funds available. I think this is possible, and we need to take on the IIT Madras way for all the universities. Another example is the Stanford University. When we look at the global, here there's a strong venture capital ecosystem linkage, courses like Startup Garage, for real startup creation they have introduced within the university and impact alumni funded companies like Google, Netflix generated trillions of economic value within the university. Continue. Yes. And University of Cambridge is another example which I feel today, yesterday Dr. Shashank Shah was mentioning about this Cambridge University and we all reacted that, but let us learn the good lesson from that Cambridge University. I think they are looking at cluster-based innovation model. So the institutions, if individually is not able to take on this work of startups and encouraging entrepreneurship projects, then we can think about cluster-based labs coming, institutions coming together, and it created, the Cambridge created a regional innovation cluster, science parks near the university, strong industry partnership. So, but all this is possible if we can initiate through AIU. My request to the AIU officials that we have research funding within the government. So can we divert few of this funding to all the AIU membered universities so that they can include it into the curriculum and then make it as a habit or a course of learning, so that the students will definitely make this change in impact. I myself can tell from my experience as a research scientist when I joined way back 36 years before. And we were asked to do on research work which was not available, technologies were not available in the country. It's like with brainstorming sessions and defining a time period that we need to come with ideas and research work. I'm talking about a time when we didn't have hardly less than one-digit number industries who were working for the defense project. By the time, within 10 to 20 years time, the industry ecosystem developed for defense products. Today, India is self-sufficient with respect to the industrial capability for defense systems. So this is the way, unless otherwise we change the attitude and we bring in the culture. We all learn from textbooks. This is the time to learn from skill development and ideas and concepts which can be changed into projects. With these words, I conclude. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Madam. Now, I want to invite Dr. Nimalji Singh, IAS former Chairperson, National Council of Vocational Division and Training, New Delhi.
Yes.
Honorable Chair of this session, the distinguished speakers, the President of AIU, the Secretary General AIU, Vice Chancellors, various universities. Friends, I'm going to talk about promoting entrepreneurship and startup in higher education system, from degrees to enterprise. Now, at this occasion of centenary commitment of AIU, AIU by itself is a very, very large ecosystem. So I thought I'll present this entire idea before the AIU as a body. Look at the inflection point. Today, we have more than 212,000 government recognized startups. We are the third largest ecosystem with 126 unicorns. Now 600 million plus Indians are under the age of 25. So we have the demographic advantage. And by 2027, We want to be the third largest economy globally with $5 trillion. We have the DPI, which is required for any innovation, any entrepreneurship, UPI, ONDC, Aadhaar. And then, very importantly, NEP and NCRF mandates for every HEI the entrepreneurial mindset and innovation ecosystem, both at UG and PG level programs. Right now, core problem is the misalignment of HEIs. So we have degree-centric curricula. We are lagging in innovation output. India filed only about 110,000 patents in the year 25. China filed 1.6 million. So that's the kind of difference we have. So we are weak as far as industry linkage is concerned. Fewer than 12% of HEIs have active industry advisory boards or joint research programs. So there's a big gap. And there is fragmented incubation. Though there are 570 MSME and mighty incubators, but they operate in silos. I think they must coordinate with all the universities through AIU and start data sharing and performance accountability. Also, the faculty is not really incentivized. So no APIs credits for entrepreneurship mentoring. IP ownership policies deter faculty startups, promotion tied to publication alone, and not really to startups. So we need a strategic shift. Education for innovation and enterprise creation, competency, prototype, and commercialization of all the outcomes. Then deep market integration with industry and investors, interdisciplinary problem-solving sandboxes, as well as networks, output metric, that is ventures, patents, wealth creation, social impact should be measured even as part of the NAC. This is what we have done. Now this is going to be part of NAC. This is going to be part of MBGA. And faculty as mentors, co-innovators and entrepreneurs. That should be allowed by every university. So the AIU's Vision 2030 I see that transform every Indian HEI into a launch pad for the next generation of Atmanirbhar enterprises. So every HEI, a startup ecosystem, every student, an innovator, every discipline is an opportunity for us, and we must target at least 10,000 successful startups by 2030 as far as AIU is concerned. Now I'll propose 5 pillars framework for entrepreneurial HEIs. First is curriculum integration, NCRF aligned credits, design thinking as part of every UG PG program, financial literacy and venture skills, 20 credits, a minor basket in entrepreneurial and startup ecosystem. You should have at least one semester set aside for free entrepreneurship, and student must get credit for that. At least 20 credits must be kept aside. Then institutional ecosystem, whether it is Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, or this is Startup Incubation Cell, or IPR and Tech Transfer Office, or Industry Advisory Board. So these are the 4 components of its institutional system. Then the regulatory enablement, startup as credit policy, IP ownership, NAC and NIRF, MBGL, indicators reform, I've just mentioned about it. And even VBSA 2025 alignment has to be there as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. Then industry and capital, MOUs and mentor in a residence. That means every entrepreneur, every teacher will have to act as an entrepreneur, and industry will have to be brought into the university to mentor the students. And the VC and angel partnerships, CSR funded labs, co-located innovation and entrepreneurship accelerators, all that is part of industry and capital. And then outcome measurement must be in terms of AIU must go for its own HEI startup index. So I'll just mention a few details. Then NIRF integrated ranking, startup patents, job, benchmark, etc. So first pillar, if I say Then the credit alignment has to be there. At least 4 credits in entrepreneurship fundamentals, 4 credits in design thinking and innovation, 6 credits in startup labs, and then 6 credits in venture creation projects. So at least now these credits will have to be there. Unless these 20 credits are there, these students will not really get interested into entrepreneurship. Second, institutional architecture. You should have to have the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship in every institution. A physical hub, you must appoint a director innovation, then startup incubation cell, then IPR technology transfer office has to be there. This has to fast track the patent filing, and industry advisory board with 10 to 15 members now from the industry. They should have quarterly meetings, they should have mentorship sessions, co-creation and market linkages. And first to go for board approval, then appoint the director innovation, then from industry advisory board, and then finally launch the pilot incubator. The governance structure and the regulatory enablement, now they should directly report to Board of Governors. Innovation and Entrepreneurship Council must report to Board of Governors. Similarly, CIE must report to Innovation and Entrepreneurship Council. And there has to be incubator manager. There has to be a faculty mentor plus industry partner. They have to work in tandem. So regulatory enablement must also be very system friendly. So startup friendly ordinances, IP ownership reforms, HEI, equity participation, flexible academic pathways will have to be given to the students, and faculty academic performance indicator will have to be included as part of their ACRs. Fourth is the blended finance model. So there are government schemes, Startup India, seed fund scheme is there, CSR funding is there, then PM Research Fellows, Atal Innovation Mission. Similarly, private capital is available, and we must focus on this private capital as well. Angel VC networks, alumni funding circles, SIDB fund, Deep Tech fund. HEI also own their own revenue must be plowed into the system. I think if HEI, they select the right startups, they are going to make at least 100 times the money that is going to be there. And I propose that this is only indicative, that for physical infrastructure, every university must get about 1 crore, staffing about half a crore. Similarly, startup seed funding about 2 crores, and operations, events and mentorship 0.5 crores. So in all, 4 crore per university. And there should be a dedicated budget for this purpose, for R&D and deep tech FFS. Fifth, of course, is the AIU National HEI Startup Index, as I mentioned. So you must target that per 1,000 students, 50 plus per year of startups will be developed. Employment generated, jobs per university ecosystem, 500 plus per year. Now 3-year survival rate for the startups you come up with should be more than 40%. Now it is 10 to 15% only. Innovation output, 20 plus years, now patents filed and commercialization. Similarly, inclusion index, more than 30% have to be women-led or rural startups. And funding has to be mobilized. Certain amount must be settled, whether seed money or angel funding or VCs or grants or CSR sources. Everything should be measured separately. So 3-tiered approach. Tier 1, you have all the top institutions. So they must go for deep tech incubators with global accelerator tie-ups. Similarly, Tier 2, state universities, deemed to be universities, private universities, they must go for sector-focused incubators. Agri-tech, health tech, ed-tech, clean tech. Now, we just mentioned about these in the previous session as well. And then Tier 3, that is affiliated colleges, small universities and small HEIs, they must focus on the community entrepreneurship hub, the local enterprise development, solution for the local problems. That is how it must go. So some of the global benchmarks, now USA, Stanford, MIT, Harvard, $60 billion of VC funding. Israel, 8 startups per 1,000 people, highest globally. China, 1.6 million patents filed in 2023 versus India's 1.23 lakh. Germany, 76 Fraunhofer institutes with 3 billion euros of annual research revenue. Well, that's the kind of system we are competing with. So we have to start with a very structured approach, and unless we do it, we will fail. So we don't want to fail, we want to succeed. And three-phase execution in first 12 months. So you establish the foundation, that means establish CIA in all members universities, introduce 10 to 20 entrepreneurial credits, UG programs, launch pilot incubators, first cohort 5 to 10 ventures, HEIs, then adopt AIU policy resolution right in this meeting itself. Then some baseline data collection for National HEI Startup Index. Then you scale it up in year 1 to year 3, full NCRF integration, academic bank of credits, expand industry partnership, launch CSR funding incubators, create state-level startup clusters and inter-HEI innovation networks, launch national HEI startup ranks and AI-powered mentorship platforms and national startup data repository. And year 3 to 5 would be the transformational years, where you go for the global startup hub in top HEIs with international accelerator tie-ups, export-ready student enterprise integrated with MSME and Digital India missions, India HEI startups in international markets, global brand positioning, AIU-led national incubator network fully operational in all the universities, more than 1,100 universities, and targets 10,000 HEIs, born startups and 50,000 new jobs created. Now that's the kind of vision which I will have. So AIU must have a centenary policy resolution on this. So this resolution must have all the components which I've just mentioned. And finally, the policy regulation enablement. I just mentioned these 6-7 points: mandatory credits, notifications, UGC API guidelines, amendment of Companies Act, UGC Act, CIA establishment, and AIU model ordinance. So there are some risks also, and we must look at those risks. I'm not going to go into details. And finally, the last slide, the AIU model guidelines on entrepreneurship integration 2026, mandatory 20 credits, National HEI startup ranking framework, AIU-led national incubator network, and integration with skill apprenticeship ecosystem. So India's higher education system must evolve from knowledge transmission system to value creation ecosystem. And entrepreneurship is not an add-on, it is the operating system of a self-reliant Bharat. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
I'd just like to invite Dr. Ranjan Shud, Vice Chancellor, Baba Farid, University of Health Science, Faridkot, Punjab. Sir,
Good afternoon, everybody. Chairpersons, the President, Secretary of Association of Indian University, the organizers, Dr. Patil, I acknowledge everybody. I bring greetings from Baba Farid University, that is the Health Science University. We are looking after the 300 institutions across Punjab, and whatever is our experience on this, we are going to share with you. We are today presenting you promoting entrepreneurship and startups in higher education institutions, a strategic vision for universities and HEIs. At the outset, I will say that we are not isolating higher education institutions, because the programs, skilling, entrepreneurship, which we are presenting or conducting in our institute, in various associations, various institutions, even the aims there in Batinda, in Punjab, and other universities like Ayurvedic University or the group of universities is there. We are also taking up the linkage with the school health education and how to introduce the benefits of higher education institutes and also the dropouts. So having said that, the key highlights of 2020 National Education Policy, we know there are three focus areas: education, research and collaborations. In collaborations, they can be inter-institutional and they can be academia industry linkages, including internships and externships. In the morning, we were listening about the Prime Minister's scheme of internships, which is industry supported and is doing wonders. Multidisciplinary education, we know, is the hallmark and skill and innovation focus we are discussing today. Flexibility and experimenting learning is also built in this, because we are looking for the non-traditional courses also, and research and entrepreneurship integration is paramount importance. Internationalization, especially in health sector. I come from the health university, and in health university we have the huge demand of human resources. Recently we have got the demand of 1 lakh nurses and care workers. Care workers maybe for geriatric care, for elderly companionship. We have the critical care workers, mental health nursing, and this huge demand. We have to integrate the language part, and we are also introduce the different languages, like we are getting demand from maybe Ireland, we are getting from Germany, we are getting from different countries, and therefore we have to prepare our trainees into the language courses also, and that also part we are starting. Universities are no longer just the centers of learning, but they are the engines of innovation, startups and nation building. We all are discussing here. And in the national contest, India is the third largest startup ecosystem, and a youth demographic advantage is there. Below the age of 35, we have huge population, and knowledge-driven economy is what we are looking. Now, when we talk about this, the startup ecosystem is defined and it is redefined in today's contest after 2020. And we have 4,000 plus startups which are benefited in the last year itself through various programs of the central government, and also we have around 980 crore of funding which has been enabled to start up ecosystem through various schemes, and India ranks 4th globally in the startup funding in 2026 in the beginning, and we have a decade of Startup India now we are completing, and fueling innovation powered growth. We were at 81st pedestrian, and now in 10 years we have risen to 38 in this setup. So this is a great achievement, and we are marching in the right direction. And the highlights are that the National Startup Day we have defined every our Prime Minister January 16th every year to promote, celebrate and support the country's vibrant entrepreneurship ecosystem, and also recognized startups are now 2.27 lakhs as on today, and Bhaskar, which is Bharat Startup Knowledge Access Registry, there already 6.6 lakh users are there. Seed funded incubators are 244 plus already, and startups in tier 2-3 cities are 53%. And we are happy to see that at least 48% of the startups, at least one women director is there. So this is a huge development and vision for the universities or higher education institutions is to transform students job seeker to job creator. This is our Prime Minister's statement and our mission statement also, and promote interdisciplinary innovations. Build a startup culture at campus, and this is for all universities, all campus. This startup culture is to be created, and various government initiatives are Startup India. We have in Punjab, I am talking about Startup Punjab, we are doing a lot of things there. The seed money is given to everybody, non-refundable 3 lakh rupees, and so many works are done. Atal Innovation Mission is there, and there are 5 components, I will come to that. MSME scheme, and the host institute should register under Section 8 company, which is non-profit company, and MSME linkage is must now. Otherwise, how you will convert your skilling into the job creator atmosphere. National Innovation Foundation and Department of Science and Technology, lot of things are happening. So in these startup initiatives, we have now the various components. One is the handling, like legal support is needed, which we are providing. We have the legal cell in our university we have created. We have now exit possibilities also. When there is a possibility under the rules, and within 90 days if somebody wants to exit, that is also there. Handling has to be very carefully for the positive atmosphere, and also funding and incentives are important component, and also the incubation centers, defined incubation centers have to be there in every university, and in our university we have created it, and we are holding various events also for awareness, for executing, and also for continuing the awareness and atmosphere which we have created that is sustainable. Now I was talking about Atal Innovation Mission. It has various components. There is Atal Tinkering Lab, there is provision of Atal establishment and incubation center, the Atal New India Challenge, Atal Research and Innovation for small entrepreneurs, and also Atal Community Innovation Center. So these various activities which are well defined and now understood, because we are in the process where Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana 4, we are in the final phase now. 22 to 26 was the time given. In that we are doing lot of work, and in skilling, I am happy to share with you that for the institutes of national importance, when it was launched last year, and now we are #1 in India in recruiting all the trainees under trainer, and we have the TOT programs and various centers, and now last week we have been given the task of maybe 25,000 or 1 lakh, and you will be in other institutions, these are in few hundred or thousand. So this is a great task we are doing, and on job we are able to create the jobs also, and we are inviting industry, and they are taking, like I'll give you the small example, Lenskart, you all know, in the sector, and they had come, we have signed the agreement with them, and throughout India they are asking our skilled manpower, and we had the 3 seats, we increased to 10, and now we are having in almost 6 centers across Punjab where we are creating now the manpower, and they are getting immediately job. And similarly, with that industry tie-ups we are doing. And this is MSME, we are registered, Section 8 we are registered, and this is the work culture which we have to create, and then only no profit company is there, and then these cannot be diverted the funds there. We have to add the funds to this, and also it has to be self-sustained. It is not that we are creating a company, no profit, and then we are seeking the donations or other things. The funding can be by monetizing your services, by outsourcing your services. We are even the examination and other services which we have, we are outsourcing, earning money. And also angel investors, we are looking for CSR funding. Lot of CSR funding we have introduced. I am happy that to announce last year we got around 25 crore CSR funding to nurture our projects, our incubation center, and that is progressing now. And also Punjab government has given us an initiative. I told you about startup. I am sharing with you the incubation centers, how they are helped, and skill development and innovation hubs. We have started, we are now hub and spoke model. We have created the hub, our university in Faridkot, and our spokes are even the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Batinda. That is one of our spokes. And all over Punjab, we are creating, we have already created around 20 spokes, and this way we are expanding and collaboration with other universities. Our Honorable Governor has the vision, and he has created many vice chancellors are sitting here. We have the group of 5. We are pooling our resources. If equipment is there in one university, then we are not buying in the other university, and we are sharing and pooling the resources, and these collaborations, partnerships will go long way, and that is what we are experimenting. And therefore the role of universities is important in establishing the incubation center, facilitating industry linkages, and also promote the intellectual property rights. We are encouraging now patenting, and also the design idea decathlons we are organizing, and also encouraging research and development at its commercialization. And we have the medical research unit, we have the central research building itself, and non-traditional courses, lot of work we have initiated, and therefore the student is introduced to innovation, then to incubation center, and then we look for funding or self-sustained funding which we are aiming for, and then the startups, and then scale up the production and the ideas which we have converted into reality. And therefore funding opportunities I have already discussed. Seed funding, 3 lakh our government is giving for non-returnable, and other incentives we are giving. Angel investors, we have got the now investors approaching even from the countries like Australia, Canada, and other countries, and also venture capital and government grants which we have discussed in various sessions already. And BIREC, we are associating with that. We have challenges. Limited early stage funding. Overall funding is reduced by 18% this year, whatever was available. So that is that we have to ultimately go for self-sustainability, and lack of mentorship is there, awareness is lacking. We are running TOT programs, and then regulatory complexities are there. We are meeting different ministries. I told yesterday also that we have the divide between health and other higher education institutes. Our funding is not controlled by Ministry of Higher Education, and we are under the Ministry of Health, and therefore there is a fear of failure which is to be overcome, and therefore we have solutions also. We are strengthening incubators by generating funds and infrastructure, strengthening industry, academia collaboration. As I have discussed, policy support is already there and it is coming, and entrepreneur curriculum we are developing. Yeah, and I'm near completion. And entrepreneur curriculum and creditization and internationalization of credits we are doing, and strong mentorship pool is there. Startup cells are there, annual innovation challenges, industry MOUs, we have signed many, and faculty development programs are there at university level. Hub and spoke I have already discussed, and there is a strong role of leadership, and I'll now end it with building the conducive entrepreneurial ecosystem. We are redefining the ecosystem which used to be there, and embedding the entrepreneurialism in every degree program. Like with every major, we are encouraging that there is a minor which we are adding, dual degrees also we have encouraged, and also that the industry supported and also proposed programs also we are taking up as the skills. We have tied up at the national level with the Indian Medical Association also. 4 to 5 lakh doctors and their establishments are there. So startup innovation activities are there. I have already defined, I will not repeat it then. And these are the glimpses of few initiatives. This is when we started. This is the startup marathon which was there. Idea hunt was there, is regularly organized, and also She 40 program where it is purely for the women, and our university has taken lead, and in that also we have involved the women in this program under She 40 program. And to conclude, entrepreneurship in university is the pathway to innovation-led growth and global competitiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sood. Now, house is open for maximum 5 questions, but questions must be very specific.
Honorable Chairperson and expert members, I am Professor G.N. Srinivas, Vice Chancellor, Palamur University, Telangana State. Versus a general university, it's a rural university. So majority of the students are from a rural background, and they are relatively poor in communication skills, and we are in a course curriculum, we are taking care about that skills. But some specific courses like we have in general university, like MA History, MA Political Science and Languages, how to inculcate this entrepreneurship skills for these students offering these courses. And also, AICT has given a model curriculum, statutory body has given a model curriculum for the engineering and the professional courses. Can any similar statutory body can give any model curriculum incorporating the entrepreneurship skills and the startups in the as a part of their course? This is my question. Thank you very much.
That is a very good question you asked. There is a structured way available for introducing a 6-month entrepreneurship course in whichever stream, whichever program you want. And you can have this 6 months spread over 2 years or even 3 years. So you can do that. It can be embedded in any program, history, geography, whatever program you want. And it is totally independent of the domain subjects which you are looking at. And yes, there are organizations which are doing it. if you get the recognition from NCVT, NCVT has already designed a number of courses which are available, and you can directly use those courses as part of your program. I have a small query. See, there are two ways of looking at the entrepreneurship. There is a business outside which comes under organized sector, and there is a unorganized sector. There is a query which was raised by Professor Bull, so that when you start business or you want to enter into the business, the fear of failure reduces down the confidence of that particular area. My question is, we are doing very many things in order to promote entrepreneurship. But at the same time, we have to think in terms of lesser compliances, lesser investment, but better opportunity for the student to become an entrepreneur. And therefore, what we have to look at it is an unorganized sector, how it operates, and whether the student can be given that opportunity through these particular schemes or this particular mechanism, so that fear of failure is minimized, the compliance structure is also minimized, the capital investment is also minimized. For example, a person starts a small shop. Here in health sciences, a student will go for the small clinic. Now, can we support him in terms of establishing that as a part of the organized structure? But the compliance, the amount of investment is reduced, because if he has to start with LLP, he has to start with private limited. There is an organized, structured way of doing it, which attracts a lot of time, energy and money.
Absolutely, this is the thing which we are promoting. So there is nano entrepreneurship, there is micro entrepreneurship, there is entrepreneurship, and there is larger entrepreneurship. So all four models are there, and you can choose any. And the credits would be awarded for each one of those. No problem.
Sir, continuing to the previous question, as that gentleman left, that see, always startup doesn't mean that it will be very hi-fi technology. Even NIT Jamshedpur, we are giving the courses on mushroom process and then embroidery system, so they can be self-sustained. So main issue is that it is not always very hi-fi technology. Thank you.
I will also add that the fear of failure, which we were discussing, is elevated by the success stories. When they come in that atmosphere, we have the labs there, we have that, everything is available, which is in the Hunar Vikas or in our state, or maybe at the national level, the schemes are available. When they see that and they intermingle with the other trainees, and also the trainers are also getting more and more experience, and it is not that difficult now, which we were finding last year. So it is improving.
Hi everyone, I am Namrata Tatia, Company Secretary and Corporate Advocate. I am here in the capacity of a representative from Niti Incubation Consultancy. It's a consultancy company which consults the incubation centers. We have been doing this for last 10 years. And after we started, it actually came as a mandate from AICTE that all the universities should have the incubation centers. My question is, does AIU as a body has any framework or committee specifically for entrepreneurship? Because on the ground level, it's all about execution, be it with e-cells or incubation centers, policy makings and everything. Because replicating the model is always an easier task for efficiency. So do we have it? Because it will help also consultants like me to give better services, you know, in terms of explanations. And yes, apart from this, if anyone has some, queries regarding incubation here, I'm happy to help. Looking forward to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there is lunch time, you can catch hold of Secretary General. Yeah, you feel with you.
Okay, sir. Myself, Professor Suresh Nagulur, sir. I'm Vice Chancellor of Rural Development Content University. which is a unique university established in Karnataka. It is first of its kind in the whole nation. And in fact, this university has been established to conduct study, research, and also provide training to bring political change in the rural development and also strengthen Panchayat Raj system. And in fact, the university have recently established a Rugonomics Research and Innovation Center in association with one private entrepreneurship organization. I would like to know, are there any specific schemes of government of India to support or to fund our activities through this center to promote rural innovation and entrepreneurship? Thank you.
Whatever regular schemes are there, those we have discussed, and your initiatives are going to fit into one of those schemes only. You don't need a separate scheme for doing that. I don't think it's required. Every kind of innovation can be fitted into one of the other schemes. Yeah, rural is also given part of that.
So my question is to Dr. Prashant Nair, Director of Amrita University, Coimbatore. In the context of national credit and national skill qualification framework, what is the difference in terms of semantics of apprenticeship and internship? I mean, from a practical perspective, they are more or less the same.
That's a very good question. That is a question on which most of the people they have looked at. See, the entrepreneurship, the internship is when the person has the basic knowledge to take up a project. That means he has obtained the knowledge. Now he wants to apply that knowledge to solve a practical problem. That is internship. So that means internship is more meaningful at the level end of the second year or at the end of the third year. More good. But apprenticeship means that you learn while you also work on the project, while you also work on the job. So you hold the full job responsibility along with your learning. So it is embedded together. So that is the difference between apprenticeship and internship.
Hello, Chairman, sir.
I want to speak few lines, if you permit. My namaskar to the forum, and sir, Dr. Kalsi sir, we have worked a lot under your leadership in while preparing National Credit Framework. So a lot of awareness is there, and that time we had gone to different parts of country for orientation program. So as university, we know, we are aware about the skills and this kind of program, but how to take it further? I congratulate AIU, you have taken it as on a forum to discuss all the aspects. I think we should take it further, and it should be part of NIRF and NAP because it is need of the hour. We talk a lot about patent and other things, but it should be part because it is need of the. It is just a suggestion, and thank you very much. Professor Sagu Sharma, Ranchi University.
Sir, last question.
This is Professor Dr. Magre, Vice Chancellor, Pravara Institute of Medical Sciences. The panelists, they are not only the theorists, but at the same time, they are the practitioners of the whole thing. And the eloquently that they have put across the things, that made me think, if entrepreneurship is to be defined, it is this is journey from uncertainty to the certainty. Uncertainty, one said that accidentally it used to happen earlier and therefore sporadic examples they used to be seen. But now it has become almost a routine kind of a thing. That means it has moved from uncertain to a certainty. And one example that Professor Vice Chancellor of a health university said that lakhs of nurses being trained and they got a gainful employment, where the language plays a very, very important role. So this is the journey which the journey from uncertain to certain, from conceive to convince. Language plays very important role. So this whole exercise of developing entrepreneurs, can they be trained in order to address the issue of their interest to instruct, so that they can be prepared without any fault and without any pressure?
There is something called cultural competency. So cultural competency is part of this, and that also contains the language portion.
I would like to request that please discuss in the lunch time, because already lunch is 15 minutes late. So first of all, I am very sorry, sir. First of all, AIU has taken a keen interest to discuss on the subject, that is clear. And I request, Madam is here, if one day full seminar is needed for the entrepreneurship, because the main thing is that unawareness. Our awareness is not clear. As first speaker, Professor Thomas already told, that mindset is not there. Many people wanted to go to the institute, after 4 years I will get a job. So this paradigm shift is very, very important. And now, first question is that failure, as the questions are coming, yes, definitely. Because people thought, as I have seen at least last 3 years, I have faced so many questions in my institute. The thing is that you have to, that proven path, show that they could go, as Madam has clearly mentioned, 4 phases. Mindset, ideation, prototype, cultural change, right from that, feasibility, review, comments, everything she has told very, very clearly. That you have to follow this thing, then I will definitely go for the success, but there are many things are there. He told that these 3 things in this industry, alumni and academia, there should be very close relationship to get the successful in this entrepreneurship. Dr. Singh Khalsi, sorry sir, IAS former chairperson, he has given total data nationally and internationally. We are far behind China. He has given more emphasis on the curriculum development, incubation, mentorship, and the government bodies which they can get the help, and also central global branch as well. Dr. Sood, Professor Dr. Sood, Vice Chancellor of our Farid University Health Science, Faridkot, Punjab. He has emphasizes many things on multidisciplinary educations, health, university having huge demand. HIs are not only a center for knowledge, but also should become the leader for the innovation, and also maybe an instrument for the national policy. So all 3 eminent speakers has delivered their lecture. I am just closing. Only my submission is for the all vice chancellors, directors who are here. I have only submission this, please, after returning from this place to your institutions, I want to request, please do 4 things. First one, please make one industry academia conclave, at least once in a year. It is very important to interact with the industry. Number 2, pursue at least one serious industry partner in a year. Not a ceremonial MOU, but a co-investment in infrastructure, mentorship, or joint research that puts industry inside your campus. Number 3, mandate entrepreneurship literacy. It is very, very important. Where IPR, design thinking, financial management, everything is a part of that. And across all disciplines, do not leave this one department or one enthusiastic professor. Claim the government's resources like Nidhi, NISP, CBD, IIPA, MSMEs, skill development ministry, entrepreneurship, etc. These schemes, use them for the document of outcomes, advocate for more. Thank you very much for attending or giving so much outputs in this, and I hereby close this session with thanks to AIU and the organizing institute, that DP University. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Entrepreneurship in higher education builds innovation and real-world problem solving. With the right support, students can turn ideas into impactful startups. Thank you, respected dignitaries, for such an inspiring session. To felicitate our esteemed dignitaries, we would like to invite Honorable Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil Sir, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth Pune, and Honorable Pro-Chancellor Dr. Mrs. Bhagyashree Patil Ma'am, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth Pune. I request P.D. Patil Sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Gautam Sutradhar Sir, Director, National Institute of Technology, Jamshedpur, Jharkhand. I request Dr. P.D. Patil Sir to felicitate Dr. Tessie Thomas Ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Nurul Islam Center for Higher Education, Kumarakoil, Tamil Nadu. I request Dr. P.D. Patil Sir to felicitate Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi Sir, IAS, retired, former Chairperson, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, New Delhi. I request Dr. P.D. Patil Sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Rajiv Sood Sir, Vice Chancellor, Baba Farid University of Health Sciences, Faridkot, Punjab. I'd like to invite Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal Ma'am, Secretary General AIU, to join for a group photograph. P.D. Patil Sir, thank you Bhagyashree Ma'am, thank you all respected dignitaries. I request all esteemed delegates to proceed to the terrace for lunch. The next session will start in 45 minutes. Thank you.